Hey folks, how are you guys doing? We're back after yesterday's stream. I hope not many people missed it. There was a lot of people yesterday. It was kind of crazy, but very fun. But yeah, today is, as you guys can see from the title, well, I don't know if I included that in the title, but today's Trevor Henderson's birthday, so I figured it's high time I make some fan art of one of my favorite creatures from him, because he's associated with old pictures, and I love that kind of stuff. So welcome everybody. Stephanie Indigo, XCS, Alphen, who else? Zara popped in before. Hey everybody. So, we are... Let me see, there we go. I want you guys to guess who's gonna be a creature. I think it's fairly easy to guess, but I want to see if people will get it right, just from the vibe of the picture and the title of the stream. So hold on, there we go. I was looking like Casper the Ghost. Hey Darcel, hey Bastrod. Robert, is that the creature you think we'll be doing? I feel like it's one of Trevor's most well known, I would say. It's not like Siren Head or the Cartoon Cats, but it's up there. Oh, so this is a real picture of Zeppelin accident. So one of these huge floating balloons filled with flammable gas that kept going in flames until people stopped using them. Nope, not Long Horse. Nobody's getting it yet. I think the title should say it. Yes, exactly. XCS got it. The Upside Down Face Man. If you guys don't know about it, let's actually pop into the browser. There we go. Here are a few of the pieces Trevor has done for him. Man with an upside down face seen in multiple photos throughout the 1910s to 1960s. Often seen among crowds gathered after car accidents and fires. He's never seen at the scene, only after the fact. There he is. There he is. Very tiny in the back. Let's see. 3 new possible sightings. There he is. All in photos taken before a tragedy of some sort. In this case, a flooding, a mining cave-in, a mysterious group disappearance. Where is he here? Oh god, there in the corner. He makes it very hard to see. There he is. Just the face. Okay, here, there he is, and here, there. That's probably one of the hardest ones to see. Lovely old guy, yes. One of my favorites. Because, you know, old pictures, I love that kind of stuff. So, I was looking for pictures of car crashes and accidents in general. I was going to go with a car crash at first. I had a few pictures of that. That's a train crash. But... And we could still do that after, depending on how long the first one takes. But then I found this picture of an accident of how do you call these? Zeppelins, or is there a better name for them in English? Let me see. A fine upstanding fellow, exactly. They're just described as balloon accidents in the picture. Fort Sill. Hold on. Let's pull up the info for the picture. So this here's the image. Just described as balloon accident, Fort Sill, which I assume is a military base because, you know, the uniforms. Not a lot more info here. They don't even tell you the specific year, between 1918 and 1921. Let's see. Maybe if we look for it. Is there anything else? So there seems to be more pictures of the event after the fact, but this one is really, it's just so impressive. Oh, apparently Library of Congress doesn't want to work. Hey Nika. Welcome. Zeppelin made of lead. So it is fan fiction? Yeah, essentially. I don't tend to do a lot of fan fiction, but the few times I've done it have been for Trevor Henderson's creatures, because they're just one of the few things that would work well in my style in terms of fan fiction. So I tend to go for that. He also had like super cool creature designs, so it's just so easy to be inspired by them. Let's see, let me show you guys the past fan fictions I've done for Trevor. Let's see, one of the very first things I did in terms of horror was Siren Head, because Trevor was one of the first people to find me on Twitter and start like sharing my stuff, and he's always been super nice to me. Shout outs to Trevor if you're listening. Hey. So I decided I'm gonna make a Siren Head, as when I was starting out on Twitter, like as a little tribute, I guess. So I made the Siren Head with actual mummy parts. This arm here is a mummy's. The rest is mostly like statues, some cool rocks, and some sirens, and some air raid sirens specifically. Let's see. Then I did Long Horse, this one. I don't recall if I did it for anything specific. I wanted to do a Long Horse, I guess. And then I did hold on. This one is a bit more recent. The Sisters of the Ever Sharpening Blade. There they are. Opinion on chocolate milk. What's with you and chocolate milk, Indigo? I saw you ask like 10 times yesterday. I saw. I was checking. I like chocolate milk, but I haven't drunk that in ages. So this is Sisters of the Ever Sharpening Blade, which again is one of my favorites because it has that old school picture vibes. And a lot of people didn't notice that there's actually a blurry kid hiding behind her skirt, and the story around it was that she took this kid in like to recruit her after I think she was like ordered to kill her father or something like that. It's been a while since I wrote it, so I don't recall the exact lore I made up for that. So that's what I've done so far. And today we're doing the Upside Down Face Man. One of the fun things about this one is that it's always just kind of standing there, and it's never like the focus of the image. So I wouldn't put it like in the foreground. I think he would be among the fleeing group there, but completely still. So at first I was looking for pictures where I could have a person that's already there, and I just turned their face around, and there we go. We got something. But then I saw this picture. I'm like, I love that there's this whole panic, like the group is in panic, falling down. Their hats are falling down. It's all a mess, and having a person just sitting there, like perfectly straight, looking at the camera, would be pretty unnerving here. I think, especially unnerving because everyone else is acting is acting in a panic. So I think it would kind of call attention to it, even though it would be a pretty small thing within the picture. So I'm thinking like over here, maybe. So the first thing we would need to do is to find a picture. Find a picture that will work. Just a front-facing guy. So hey, servo mechanism, Raven Colts, and Mila K20. Thank you guys for the follows. Welcome. So that's my idea so far. I just found the picture and have the idea. So we'll start from there. First thing we need is a picture of someone standing, looking at the camera. I think I'd rather go for an old school picture already, because it's going to be a bit easier to just mix it in with what we have already, but we can always take a modern one and make it look older. Since the quality is not going to be great, because we can't really see people's faces very well in the image. We'll have to match it to what we have. Like, that's probably the face we can see the best. So just by virtue of the image we have, it won't be a super detailed face, but we'll try and do the best we can with it. And welcome back, Sora. Only gonna be here for short bits, but want to follow. Thank you. Yes, I stream here 3 times a week usually. This week might be a bit different because I'm gonna be out visiting some family, but yeah, 3 times a week most weeks. So let's try and find. I think I can turn this back on. There we go. Let's see. Let's jump into the browser. Maybe one of the pictures we have already has like a kind of suspicious person like that. That could be fun. The explosion at the top looks kind of shocked even though it's original. Yeah, I guess it kind of overblows the camera, like it's... The fire is so strong it just kind of takes over, right? Let's see. This one could work for silhouette. What do you guys think? The face is not looking at the camera, but the body kind of is. So it could potentially just be, like, we could just take a face, turn it upside down and put it on this body. And this is kind of just forward-facing body that doesn't really have a lot going on, just this big jackets. I don't think he's usually represented as having like any specific clothing or anything. It's just, you know, kind of dressed in dark colors. Let me see. Can't see very well here. Yeah, always dressed in black, long sleeves, so the jacket could work. Yeah, it does have painting vibes. It's one of those like incredibly lucky shots that really you had to be there in the exact right second to take that photo. Oh, here we have a completely unrelated picture. Oh, but it's facing back. Okay, I just like the very strong silhouette of that man. Let's see. There's always people standing around, kind of just doing nothing around car crashes, because they're just like looking at what's going on. So I feel like it would be, ironically, a good place to get a base for our upside down face man. Let's see, what else do we have? Okay, here in the back, we got this person. None of them are looking a bit too dynamic. I I'd prefer as much as possible for the upside down face man to just be looking kind of stiff still there. I think that's what matches the vibe better. Okay, Nila, thanks for coming in. Have a good day. Or night, or time zone. Ooh, okay, look at this. That's kind of dandy, but that could work. I think I just looked for accident car, yeah. Lots of people standing around here. Not too easy to select them though. Okay. I like this little group here. Obviously the quality here is not very good, but we're only seeing a preview, so hopefully we'll be able to get something a bit better. I think that this could work quite well. Just looking at the camera like this. Obviously I wouldn't use that face because, you know, has a mustache and everything. It's not the type of face we're looking for. Looks good as well. But I kind of like the non-specific clothing on this one. Okay, so let's try and find the original because we'll be able to get a much better quality out of it. So this is Digital Museum, which is a super cool archive that's mostly just Sweden and Norway. A bunch of different sources from Sweden and Norway that just have their pictures there. So it seems like we have two different ones of the same place, but this is the one I was thinking about. I should use my own face. The beard might make it confusing. Okay, so let's see. I think this might be the right picture for our guy. We'll see. Again, we don't need like a ton of quality because look at the quality of the original. We just need like something as a base. Okay. Let's see. I'll pick everything except for the face. I like his posture because he's sitting kind of awkwardly. It's just kind of like he doesn't know how to stand. Something like that. Okay, we're giving it some black and white filter on top of the whole thing, so we don't have to worry about that anymore. And we are doing small size. Finishing that selection so we don't get any weird edges. And now I found a good place for it. I'm thinking among this, like in the middle of this group, or here in front of the fire. I kind of like this one because we could remove this person that's stumbling here and just have like a nice clear area, so he'll be just contrasting against that just pure white background, which should hopefully like call people's eyes to it pretty quickly, even though it's a small figure. like just by virtue of its whole contrast and stuff. We'll try and call people's attention to it. I think I don't want to be here pose. So he complains about people taking selfies in front of the disasters today, but they were doing it centuries ago. True. But thanks to it, we have this cool picture. Maybe it's behind the man. Maybe if we have trouble like incorporating it into the picture, we could do that. But that would reduce the contrast of the man against the background, so it would go against people finding it, like it would make it harder for people to find. So if we need to make it harder, if like it calls too much attention, we could do it, but I don't think that would be a problem we'll run into. I think quite the opposite. The problem might be that it will blend in too much. So we're just doing some quick clone stamping here. We have a nice clear place here. We might add some white to it. Some pretty much straight up white. We don't need anything fancy, since the background or the values are so overblown. Also, this selection forgot the shoes. That's no good. Okay, let's try and select the shoes well. It's kind of hard to separate them from the background, so we'll have to do some of our own guessing. Then of course this looks way too dark compared to the rest of the subjects, so next thing we'll be doing will be matching that to the rest. I think it can still be a bit darker than the rest, just to pop out, but we don't want it to pop out too much, because then it'll look fake. Yes, it is indeed Trevor's birthday, that's why I'm doing it. Oh, JJ, that image is trippy. Can we just call him Head Guy? Something for the rest of the stream instead of the upside down head. No, but it's more fun to call him by the full name. Like, you know, mountain creature caught running behind a Google car. It's very funny to say the full name every time. Oh, yep. Let's see. There's some fuzzy edges, but I don't think that we can do too much about them, and in any case, it will probably get blurred. So we'll just unfuzz some of the edges and call it a day in that department. I'm gonna take a layer on top of it. I'm gonna remove this. I guess it's a scratch on the negative or something that showed up on the print, or just little droplets of whatever. Hey, Reverend Cults. No, from Sweden was where we get the picture we got. This one here. This one here is from a Swedish archive. But I am not from Sweden. But let's actually play a game. If you know where I'm from, you can't say anything. people that are here that might be new that don't know where I'm from, try to guess, which is my accent. It's not a lot of people get that right. Okay, let's see the size. Will the size work? I feel like if he is the same height as the stumbling guy, so his feet are above about here. At this height, the leg. Yeah, I think the height here makes sense. Would be the average height. Dutch? Nope, wrong. But I don't have an accent. I do have an accent. Might be a nondescript accent, but it is there. Okay, so first things we're doing... Oh, I forgot... what's this? So we need to change the color balance to just brighten the whole thing quite a bit. I think that looks about right, but maybe I do want some like overblown whites. Let's see. So the pure white in the background image is not exactly pure white. It is 236 in RGB values, and the darkest it can go is probably this leg here, 44. It's 44 and 236. So we apply that to the levels. 44 and 236. There we go. I will set like the limits. So we can play around within those levels. Okay, let's see. Any other guesses? Sounds vaguely Swedish. That's wrong then. Two wrong guesses. Let's see if anybody gets it right. Also, thank you for the save reminder. If you were an actor, you could probably be cast as any vague European they needed. Yeah, true. I always say I have a vague European accent. Actually, it's kind of a trick question because I have two nationalities technically. So I am tricking all of you in a way. Okay, there's some weird wobbly edges to the pants here, but I guess it's just because, you know, the picture is just a bit blurry. So we'll have to make do. I know where I'm from, but I still want to be able to guess. Well, any other guesses? For those that don't know, don't spoil it. Hey, XCS, you spoiled it. Come on. Don't do that. I am from Spain, y'all. We got spoiled. But I'm from Spain. Technically, I'm also French, and my mother's French, so I have a French nationality. But I've lived in Spain my whole life. So many secrets. Skifty, thank you for the follow. Also, I think I missed a few minutes ago Mr. Bonesas and Lindo Landlubbers. I don't know if I thank you guys for following, but if I didn't, thank you. Also, we were very close to 3,000 followers, so I decided we can do something funny. Okay, yeah, you guys help me choose. When we get to 3,000 followers, we have to do a sacrifice, okay, to our dark gods. Do we sacrifice whoever gets to be the 3,000 follower? And I mean like ban them. Or do we choose someone at random? Do we choose a volunteer? They'll be sacrificed to the dark Twitch gods. But it's clear, someone needs to go if we reach 3,000. Also, we are like 50 followers away, pretty much. PG Purple, thank you for the follow. We are 2,947. Okay, what if the sacrificed person, what if they get like a parting gift of some sort? Like they get a free print? Would that make the deal sweeter? Would that get us some volunteers for the great sacrifice? Okay, let's see. Maybe the edges should be a little bit blurred in. That might help blend things in, especially those wobbly edges that are a bit hard to remove. You should sacrifice my beard? Hell no. You prayed to the great googly owl for a sign. What is clear to me is that, you know, social media algorithms are some sort of dark gods that can only be appeased by this sort of thing. It feels too fuzzy. Okay, in terms of the face now, as a reminder, it's a beardless. So I can't take a picture of myself because I got a beard, and that would match with the upside down line. And pretty much just a grotesque smile and blank eyes, which won't be something that's really seen in this image. Because the most detail we'll get out of a face is like maybe this, where we can see the eyes and the nose and the mouth. Oh, what if we actually take this face? That's a fairly creepy face, just out of context. What do you guys think? Could that work? Let's see. Because I kind of like it. Let me just copy it. shave and then take a picture. Oh no, I wouldn't give up my beard for that. Google will let you do crimes? Absolutely. People really do talk about the algorithm, exactly the way people used to talk about various gods and forces. True, people like censor their words because of the algorithm. People like change their behaviors. People do stuff to appease the algorithm. I think that's actually a really good point. Since nobody understands it, even the people that built it, because this sort of machine learning, self-created algorithm, so this sort of black box. Nobody really understands it, so we all kind of have to pray that it works. Yeah, I like that. The algorithm as a dark god. Could be a fun writing prompt as well. Humans always find something to worship. True. Hail Googly Owl, by the way. Drop your Googly Owl. Drop your Googly Owls in chat, y'all. Alright, never mind. Okay, so this face is definitely too big for the body, because I guess the perspective, yeah, it's a bit closer. We would need to do this and then flip, because the light is obviously coming from that side. Okay, let me flip this guy. There we go. Flip horizontal. Okay, gotta flip it with everything. I forgot that. I can sort of be here, facing away a little bit. I think that would make the lighting work better. Oh, we need to draw some more lighting to match to that big fire. I nearly forgot that. So this here would be... the algorithm making the video flop when you're a full-time content creator. It's just like the gods of the harvest killing all your crops. I love that. Yes, that's a fantastic writing prompt. Imagine this, this whole culture that's for the first part of the story. You think they're this culture way in the past praying to harvest gods so things come out well, and then you realize it's all content creators. I don't know how I would make that reversal, but I will leave that to whoever decides to write it. I think I'll reduce the hair a little bit. Yeah, I don't know what to do with the hair. That's a complicated one. I'm gonna look at Trevor's past pieces, because I want to see what he did with that. Yeah, the hair it's kind of hanging down a bit, so that would actually fit what we had here quite well. I just need to change like how the direction where it hangs, so it hangs a bit more directly down instead of flowing towards the back. Something like that. Okay, then I guess we would need to do some fairly heavy lighting job here. So I'm trying to imitate the lighting that most of these people have. which seems to be, obviously there's a big source of light here, which is the fire. But there's also the light from the sun that seems to be hitting, for example, the leg here. That can't be lit by this, so I think the sunlight is still the main source of light here. It's just this very strong sunlight, so it makes all the lights and shadows look very harsh. So I think, yeah, let's go for that. The face kinda, yeah, that's true. It's kind of a kappa. And then very strong lighting, essentially over this whole edge. Maybe a little bit here with some strong shadow right behind the arm. Yeah, that's starting to work better. Starting to be more integrated into the photo. I don't mind if some things blend in, because like look at this. It's parts that literally blend in with the background. Hey Yonai. No googly eyes on this yet. Nope. I think if there were, we could put two huge googly eyes on the falling zeppelin. There they are. There come the googly eyes. Hold on. Oki, how are you? I saw you sent me a message. I'll read it after the stream. For that secret thing. Okay, how about we have the googly eyes? One here and one there. I guess for the new folks, the googly eyes are just a little thing we put during the stream whenever people unlock the googly eyes reward. And they're just for us. They're our little secrets. Now we've given the Zeppelin some personality, which I think is fantastic. Let's actually apply the levels here. I don't usually integrate the googly eyes that much, but I will do it today. Looks like a big worm. Kinda does, yeah. There we go. It's gonna be GE for googly eyes. Where do I keep the googly eyes image on my computer? So I have two screens here. In the corner of my second screen, which is usually like not covered by OBS or anything else during the stream, I have the googlyeye.png literally on my desktop, and I just drag it in. And the Worm the Amore album cover. Oh my god. Well, I'm glad that the band never found out about that prank or that April Fool's thing. Also, I think I missed a couple follows. March Doodles, Double Arrow, thank you guys. We're just 50 followers away from 3,000, and we have yet to decide how we're going to sacrifice our 3,000 follower, or if we'll pick a new person to be sacrificed. What will it be? We got the bots. Any mods here? Hold on, I'll take care of it. There they are. Goodbye, bots. The bot also DM'd me. Wow. That's a new asshole technique. They literally whisper to you on Twitch. Yes, Sirit, we are getting close to 3,000 followers, and I thought it would only be fair to do a sacrifice when we reach 3,000 to appease the algorithm gods. And I still haven't decided if we're sacrificing the 3,000th person to get in here, account to follow, or if we're choosing a random follower. If you're on the Discord server, I'm lifting this idea straight out of the Discord because we talked about it and we thought it was very funny because we were about to reach 1,000 people in the Discord. So we're gonna do something similar there. So the levels are gonna go on top of the group, and this can go in here. Oh boy, no. Back. Okay. Also, there's the mosquito of the day. I'll try to catch them. We'll see if we're lucky today. The universe is telling you to go to Sweden. It's a great place to live. I would recommend it. I spent half a year, a bit more than half a year in Sweden. Very fun. What's UDHM or upside down head, man? Give everyone but him googly eyes would be a task, all right. I feel like he needs a bigger smile. What do you guys think? Because we can only kind of see the shadow of the smile. I think we can make it kind of unnerving. We just expand it. That's kind of creepy, isn't it? New project? Yeah, we're just doing a one-off fan art of Trevor Henderson's creature. The man with the upside down face. I'm still not super sure about the hair. It's kind of like falling in the wrong direction, it feels like. But really we can kind of make it blend in with the clothing, I think. Yeah, the base photo is super impressive. Well, forget the googly eyes. But this is a balloon explosion back when, you know, there were balloons filled with flammable gas flying in the air. So people decided maybe that's not a great idea, actually. Maybe we shouldn't have explosive death traps. carrying people around. You know, that took a while for people to realize that, but it got there. We got there as a society to realizing Zeppelins were not the best thing. Okay, I feel like it's still too dark compared to the rest. But does it feel... does the upside down face read well enough? That's my biggest concern here. We're working on pretty low quality in general. Like, look at the level of detail here. Not great. We grew out of the Zeppelin, we did. We'll still have to reduce the quality, which is might be a bit of a problem. Let's see, this is group 1, which is the body. I think what we can do now that everything's kind of in place, is we turn it into a single smart object. And we're gonna Gaussian blur. So we're gonna blur it, and it's gonna look weird because it's gonna look too, like, everything's kind of grainy around it, and this would be the only non-grainy thing, which is annoying. But we can add some of our own grain to kind of mask that in our eyes. It's not going to be a problem because at the end, when we put everything together, we're going to add our own grain of the size we want. But this is a nice little shortcut, just so our eyes aren't confused by it. Oh, obviously we need a shadow behind the body. Can't forget that. Below the body, not behind. Which would be essentially... So it's pretty much coming from the back, so... But we wouldn't have that much of a shadow. I'm seeing this leg here, and it seems to be projecting the shadow of the person over to the left. And to the left here, we just don't really have a lot. It's just a little bit of no space in the grass, but we can have some coming from this foot here. It has a shadow? I assume so. I mean, it's kind of a ghostly thing, but I still want to make it feel like he's there in the real world. Let's leave that at 1. Pull the blacks in just a little bit more. Still felt a bit out of place. Gonna do the same thing in these levels. So it matches. There we go. Just eyeing it. Also, you guys, if any of you guys are fans of Trevor Henderson, which why wouldn't you be? I assume if you're here, you are. Go wish him a happy birthday on twitter.com. I think we might be a bit over the no, I guess because it's still not midnight for the Americans, so yeah, it's not his birthday anymore here, but it still is if you're living in the American continent. Kind of reads a bit of as simplistic, but I don't know if we can get that much more detail out of a face. Let's see. I'm trying to see what Trevor has done to, because obviously Trevor's done the same thing. He has faced the same problem, I assume, of making it readable at a very small size or very large distance and at low qualities. So his approach is actually, yeah, it makes a lot of sense. So he's essentially making the face very pale in general. So the two spots of the eyes and the line of the mouth are just very easy to see at a glance. Yeah, I don't mind that much that the hair kind of blends in with the coats. We could have a bit more of a shadow below the hair. Or actually light up the hair here a little bit more. See the shadow better. I guess a problem is that the face we took is not front facing, it's tilted like this, which makes the eyes and the mouth look like they're much closer to each other. So I'm wondering if we can make some little magic trick to move features around and see if they look good. So like taking the nose and the eyes on their own as their own separate layers. And pushing those down a bit to get some separation between the eyes and the mouth, and hopefully get a much more readable facial features. The good thing is that it's some kind of ghost monster man. Like we don't need to adhere to regular proportions because the goal is uncanniness. So since we're only working with like three spots, just like if it looks slightly off, that's in our favor. One of the cool things about drawing monsters is that there are no mistakes. It makes it look scarier. Oh, I'm changing the thing in the googly eyes. Silly me. I'm always zooming out because I want to see what it looks like at a glance and from a distance, which is going to be the, default way of looking at it. I'm still feeling like it looks a bit, not necessarily too bright or too dark, even though it might go a bit more towards too dark, but feels like it should have more contrast to it. Okay, let's group all of this, call it all. I'm gonna give it these levels with everything set at default levels. There we go. And then we can increase the contrast and see what happens. That's obviously way too dark. So I think the 44 here for the darkest color is not really what it should be. It should probably be closer to this, I would say, or even this, which are approximately the same. This would be 82. So if we input that 82 down here, we're essentially limiting the darkest colors to just that, which is a little bit less like space to play with, but it will make it look much more correct. Big time Spooky. Hey, how are you doing? Still a bit dark in the jacket area here. Every lighter than air aircraft should have googly eyes on it. I absolutely agree. The googly eyes actually make it fly faster, so I've heard. Oh, that was a moth, not a mosquito. There was a little moth flying around me. At least it won't try to suck my blood, so I'm okay with it. You go, moth. I want to Google some of the stuff on my job, but I don't want to get in trouble. Should I do it? Do it. Do it and let nobody know that you did it. Undercover Googling. Exactly, they will never know, Nika. I want you all to go into the world and do little silly acts of not harmful vandalism, like adding googly eyes to things. And I can always condone that. I think we're very close. Definitely like the shape of the face. Maybe it needs a little bit of rabbits, like so I can see the edge of the face a bit better. And Loki reincarnated, exactly. It's a cafe, so I'll probably avoid the immediate food drink prep area. Yeah, so they won't fall in. Excuse me, that's a googly eye my latte. It's the new googly special. Get this eye a bit bigger. Open that up. The new security cameras, yes. On the mugs as a surprise to the customers. only put them in the mugs if it's really tightly bound, so it doesn't bound, so it doesn't like fall into their drinks. That might be a situation. So in a way, I'm just adding a bunch of filters on top of filters on top of filters, all of them reducing the gamut of, I guess, the from bright to dark that we can go. And each time I do it, it'll kind of crunch it in a way that hopefully will end up looking like this. So I think we're getting to that point where it's like just very crunchy. Where things are pretty much either pure black or pure white. Labeling things that don't need to be labeled, like labeling a table as table. I love that. That's perfect. You know what you should do? Use the labeling machine and give things silly names. It's actually not to bring up Sweden again, but when I was in... So Sweden had two very fun things. In the subway system, every subway car, or every like train, I don't know if it's cars or trains, had a name, but like a regular person's name, like Bjorn or something like that. And then in the hospital I worked at, or I studied at, they had these little robots that helped like bring things around from one area of the hospital to the other in this kind of underground level. And we used to take that underground level to just go from place to place as well. So you kept like running into the little robots, and they were essentially like just little cars with trays on top of them, so you like put things in them, and they gave them all names, and it was really cute. So just like take a table and call it Robert, and people will start like developing affection for it, because human brains are like that. And I bet you that repeat customers that start noticing that will start coming like to the one table that Dave, like to Robert or whatever table you've labeled. It's actually a marketing thing. You can tell your boss that it's marketing and you won't get in trouble. You can tell people, you can tell them that you've read in some article that I need to remove the googlies to do this. You read in some article that that you could actually, it actually worked to keep repeat customers coming, and I'm sure they will let you do it. Once I obtain my own label maker, I'll be unstoppable and unbearable. Please, if you wanna add a little reference, please name a table Eduardo for me and send me a picture. I would be grateful forever. We have a table named after me. Is this Hindenburg? No, it's a different but similar type of accidents. I don't know. I don't have any info about it actually. They only call it a balloon accident, so we don't know anything else apart from that. So what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna give everything a white vignette. As weird as that sounds, I usually do the opposite. but that will focus the contrast in the areas where we need it to be. So people will start looking at the fire, and then hopefully we'll find this. I hope so. So let's see. Now it's a time where we mess with the exposure. I think I might want to reduce the darkness of this. Maybe I take the black and the shadow, bring it up like that. Then everything is kind of washed out if I do that. Okay, let's do something. Before we put everything into a single layer, let's darken the fire. Let's lighten the fire a bit more. Because obviously it's the first thing people are going to look at. It's the biggest thing in the image. It's just this really complex contrasty thing, so it's definitely going to call people's attention first. But as it stands, it still looks a bit too bright even with that. So I'm gonna try and reduce that, so it can hopefully not like grab people's attention too much, and they can start looking at the people below a bit more. Oh yeah, this is gonna be the background. I think it's just the one Zeppelin, but again, we don't have any info on the accidents, not here or on the internet. We just know it happens at some military base because of the people running and the title of the photo. But it's one photo in the Library of Congress, and it just says like Fort, I don't remember, Fort something balloon accidents. They don't even know the year, so it's a bit of an unknown. At least in terms of what you can quickly find on the internet. Maybe if you dig, you'll end up finding more details about this accident. But you know, that makes it more mysterious. So we're back to this. I should have saved the changes I did apart from the... Oh, that's fine. I just need to add a bunch of grain. Just enough to kind of cover everything equally. Oh. I catch... No, I didn't catch the mosquito. I was so close though. It flew between my fingers. Okay, so I'm gonna keep doing the same thing with the vignettes. The white vignettes. Those in the midpoints. Feather that. And then choose something that doesn't like completely destroy the image, but that focuses your attention on the central area where our guy is. And Moscow is back. Really is. Back to torture me. Gonna add a bit more contrast, which should help out, especially like in seeing the face and stuff. Yes, mosquito would be the diminutive, and is it augmentative? The opposite. It would be there's many. Could be moscon, cote, moscazo. There's many diminutives and augmentatives in Spanish. And it's a very regional thing. For example, here where I live, we do the diminutive in, which is kind of only from this region. They would say pequeñín. Okay, so this looks better. Let's see, let me remove the googly eyes because they're calling my attention too much. I hope that he's right between the point of too hard to see and too noticeable. That's always a balance to keep with every time you do one of these pictures where you're just hiding a creature. You gotta make it findable, but it doesn't have to be like, where's Waldo? It can be, like, people will just give up, or they won't even know what's going on and won't even try and find the creature. So you gotta make it one of those things where you don't see it at first glance, but when you look a bit closer, that's like the first thing you notice. So like just by scanning through the image a little bit, more deliberately. I want to make the face slightly darker so it contrasts against the background. We have lost a lot of the detail on the jackets, but that's fine because it also happens here, for example. We lose a whole detail on the hats. Yeah, that's how Trevor does it. For this guy especially, he's kind of like hidden somewhere in the picture. And it's a little bit of a test, see if you can find it. Sometimes a bit easier, sometimes a bit harder. Sometimes he's like wicked hard. But since you know it's there, you know you're looking for it. It's nice, it turns it into a little like game of can you find it? I recall there used to be a lot of those on the internet of like, oh, when you see it, you'll freak out. And there's this little tiny like scary face hidden somewhere in the image. Sometimes they're very hard to find. I think it carries that DNA. I think you're the only one, Raven. Oh, thank you for the save reminder. I was thinking if we should add some scratches, but there is already plenty of them. Word in Spanish? Let's see, a balloon is un globo. Like a globe, I guess. Globo. But there we go, let me save this as a JPEG. And I feel like maybe we should do a second one. Let's see if we can find a cool image. There's plenty of car accidents that we could use. Old school car accidents. Here is the one we used for the standing guy. I got this. Again, a lot of them are from Sweden, it seems. Which is better to say, PNG or JPEG. So, really depends on what you want. If you want like something lossless of perfect quality, PNG is your go-to. but it's also like a much bigger file. I tend to save them as JPEG unless I need to, and just save the JPEG as high quality, so you won't get any compression artifacts. Because like much smaller, and it can fit into things like Discord. Usually depends. It's usually like if it isn't like below Discord's 8 megabytes requirements, it's usually just a little bit higher. And if you post it to social media, it's going to get compressed anyway, so it's not really a big deal to save it as a JPEG. Should I go change 90% of my files to JPEG? No need to. You got them in SPNG already, unless you want to save space. I like this one a lot because you can see everything outside the accidents, but you can see it's probably like pretty gnarly in here. Like, there's a whole car there, and this one's just like stretched, and a lot of people standing around, which would be a perfect place to put our guy. Actually, there's like a nice clear space here to just put him. What do you guys think? You add any noise? Yeah, I add noise to pretty much every picture. So another one from Sweden. 1958. Let's see. I think this is one of my favorites. Oh, there's another picture of it. Hold on. Let's just check out of curiosity. Not as interesting as the other, though. Okay. We got it downloaded. Perfect. What is going on with Sweden? They just have very good archives. What can I tell you? So this is a square picture. Pretty rare. It's square or is it vertical? I think it's square. We could crop it in like this. But I feel like let's leave it as a square instead of 2, 3 like the other. I tend to want to have, if I have 2 pictures, have them each both in the same size or the same like ratio, like 2:3 or something like that. But I don't mind that much in this case. It could be upside down, face 2. So I'm just gonna crop around this. And Q-Birds, thank you for the follow. So I'm thinking we either change a person from the image into our upside down face man, or we take this spot here and just paint him in. No, I'm not gonna paint the whole thing, not crazy. But just choose a person that would fit. Could work. If we found someone that will fit. Okay, so have I saved this? Yes. Oh, we have a bunch of people standing here. Again from Sweden, because they have very good archives as usual. I think that could fit. The lighting is a bit... Would need to light it in a slightly different way, but the clothes would fit, I would say. Let's see. Let me just open Digital Museum. Oh, message. Copy the link. Let's see now. There we go. Turtle Fern, thank you for the follow. What's wrong with Sweden? Nothing. We just get a lot of pictures from Sweden. Because they have very good archives. And it's all public domain, so we love that. So one of these, I'm thinking. Let's see, these are kids, by the way. Not all of them, but many of these are kids. For a second it looked like this guy was holding a smartphone and taking a picture, like a mirror selfie. Mirror selfies of the past. Sweden just really likes car crashes, it seems like it. Okay, let's see. It has to be someone from the front row. So I'm thinking this guy. I guess the pose is not neutral enough. With the arms behind him. This one looks too much like a kid. Like, even if we remove the face, it sounds like kid proportions. Okay, let's see if we find more like this. I think we should be able to. Driving myself slightly mad trying to understand why Spanish speakers use sobre to refer as an envelope and as a verb to indicate something is over. Yeah. Maybe they have converged into the same word but come from different things, I assume. I don't know. It'll be interesting to learn about. Let's see. Let's see if I can find related pictures. These guys are too fancy. Let's see. Just need pictures of folks standing around, as silly as that sounds. Is that where you find the most neutral poses? But what if it took someone from here and just moved them to the side? Yeah, that wouldn't be too possible. Because all of them are kind of covered by something else. They're not the most neutral in pose. Yeah, that seems pretty plausible, sorry. Let's see. Also Swedish pictures. I guess because once we get a Swedish picture, since it has a Swedish title, in the related ones it will give you more Swedish pictures. If that makes sense. Is that... oh, that's the other perspective of the same accident. Yeah, I'm Spanish as well, Twit. And Sora is also a Spanish speaker. We're just wondering the why. Oh, look at this old car. Lovely. Oh, people standing around. I wish I weren't just facing back, though. The funny thing is you can't really look for keywords for this kind of thing, because I just really need a person in the background that's just standing in a neutral pose. So that's why I figured like the same search where I looked for the accidents, for the auto accidents, would make sense, because there's always a lot of people standing around just looking at what's going on, not really doing anything. I kind of like this guy, but he's maybe a bit too fancy. Let's keep scrolling through here. You knew you had to do it to them, guy. Yes. We just take that and turn the face around. Or Goku. This guy's too fancy. Could have worked though. Alright, here's our picture. Oh yeah, Pickerel is just a page that takes a bunch of archives and lets you search through all of them. They are a bit annoying with letting you download images. They don't let you download the full quality images. So that's why after I find the image here, I just go to the archive where it came from and find it there. And just get the full size images from there. Okay, have a good night, XC. Thanks for coming. Oh, these guys are cut right there. There's a bunch of small fires going on in my estate. We're getting forecasts of likely tornadoes. Fire tornado. That's something that happens. Stay safe though. I did do Siren Head a long time ago. I kind of like this guy's pose. Just looks uncomfortable. Bit fancy, but we get maybe it's a simple enough suit that maybe we could undo some of the like you know, the bow tie and the collar and stuff and make it look like a much simpler piece of clothing. Maybe that could work. But let's see. Let's give it a quick look, see if we can find something else. This picture is great. I love the lighting in it. I think we'll just take the one with the guy in the suit and just undo the suit a little bit, make it simpler. I feel like that would probably be best. At least among all the ones we found. Okay, let's see. So this guy. That's for my limited Swedish. That means man and personal car in front of station. If I'm correct. Yeah, it kind of looks tense. I like it. Okay, let's bring it here. See how the quality matches too. If the quality in this picture is much worse than the other one, maybe we'll have to reduce the quality of the whole thing so it matches the lowest common denominator. It looks very uncomfortable though. Okay, let's use this tool. The camera will go choppy, as usual. There we go. Okay, we'll need to fix that up in some places, but yeah, I think that's as good as we're gonna get from the automatic tools, because that's just kind of blurry. Oh, I just have to remove the face, of course. I mean, I can take his real face and just flip it. I will do that. So Control J here. Now give that layer mask. Then remove it from here. And we got a start. Me in photos. Less public domain vaults, absolutely. I can take his real face. Yeah, I love saying very cursed things that if you took them out of context, they would sound very strange. It keeps happening during my streams. I keep saying things like, I'm gonna delete this person. Thank God no one takes me seriously. Maybe some of you guys don't know that if you get deleted in Photoshop, you get deleted in real life. Okay, so we'll just tighten the selection a little bit. I'll do it manually because it's going to be a bit wonky in places, so I prefer to just do that manually. I'm going to have to flip him. No, that's fine. The lighting works. Needs to be a bit stronger, but it works overall. Okay, the hands are very blurry, which is a bit annoying. Yeah, it's definitely like lower quality than the rest. I think I can put him a bit further back. Let's see, we have a nice way to measure. Is that we have a different person here. So we can make it about the same height as that person. And put it here right behind so the shadow won't cover him, but he'll be there in the back, just looking kind of uncomfortable. You seen old steam train's engine exploding? Yes. Looks like tentacles. It's very creepy. Okay, Let's see. Delete that. It's kind of just very simple clothing here. Let me see if I can, how much I can simplify this. Also, thanks for the save reminder. I'm gonna remove the color. Actually, let me do something here. Because I will use the patch tool. There we go. Don't know exactly what I'll do with the color and then all that area. Wondering, here it seems closed up here. So we could actually take the buttons here and just multiply them. Up there. And just kind of continue it like this. Would that work? That might work. Well-dressed monster guy makes it more absurd. True, but we are working with a pre-existing design here. So he's usually like depicted as wearing this like long-sleeved kind of simple jackets. So that's what we're going for. I don't like the button here on top. That's kind of strange. Maybe a little bit of warping. So it doesn't do that strange curve around the button. That makes sense here, but not as much here on top. I'm working on a Trevor Henderson creature called the Man with the Upside Down Face. He's always seen hanging out around. Hey, yo, what a raid. Hey, Charlotte. Welcome, everybody. We're working on some creepy creatures. How was your stream, Charlotte? Welcome, folks. So here we do Photoshop horror arts. And today we're working on a creature by Trevor Henderson, which I love very much, called the Man with the Upside Down Face. He is a guy that's always seen in photographs wherever accidents happen. We don't know if he causes the accidents, if he's just like attracted to them somehow, but this kind of ghost that appears in photos of accidents. So this we've done this one next to this huge balloon exploding. And now we're working on adding it here. So hey everybody. I love that emote with the third eye. That's great. Thank you, Charlotte. This one, I usually make up the stories as well. This one specifically, since it's a creature by Trevor Henderson. If you guys don't know Trevor Henderson, he's the creator of Siren Head and Long Horse, Cartoon Cat, many creatures that have become like synonymous with internet horror. And he's just like the nicest guy as well. So it's his birthday, and I was doing some fan art of a creature of his. So this one has that pre-established lore around him, of that, you know, appearing at disaster areas or places where accidents happen, and just being the photos there. You don't really know what his deal is, what he's been doing there, if it's caused the accident or not. You just see him. So that's his whole deal. And right now we're editing a body from a completely different guy. This is the guy. We're making the clothing look a bit simpler, because it felt a bit fancy for the guy. For the upside down face guy. How do I pick photos? So I usually like go through very old archives and try to pick stuff from there. I work a lot in old public domain pictures, like this one here. This one is from a Swedish archive, so there's somewhere in the countryside in Sweden. This one here is from the Library of Congress, which is a fantastic archive. The American Library of Congress, that is. So that's where I usually get my pictures. That's one of the most common places. And here I was showing some older fan art I've done for Trevor Henderson. So again, these are not my creatures, just some art I've done of them. This one is called The Sisters of the Ever Sharpening Blade. It's kind of cult of veiled women with very sharp things coming out of the veil. Very fun design. Or let me see, I got Siren Head, just gotta find it here. This is Siren Head I did a while ago. I think everybody probably knows Siren Head. It's become a very classic internet horror creature. That's what we usually do. What were you streaming, Charlotte? Okay, I was working on the wrong layer. Silly me. That's why I couldn't get rid of the bow tie here. Fan art of band alike. Ooh, what band? Yeah, Slenderman is a classic. I think, yeah, it's one of my big inspirations, I'd say. Did you know that the guy that made Slenderman has like 2,000 followers on Instagram, something like that? He's not like he posts a lot, just posted some Slenderman edits and stuff, but like creating one of the best known internet horror stories and being kind of forgotten like that is sad. Let me see. It's Victor Surge, I think. Let's see. Oh, that's the wrong one. Let's see if I can find him. Victor with a C. Got it. There he is. You guys should go follow Victor Surge, just because he has less than 2,000 followers. Like, that's sad. The creature outgrew the creator, for sure. Yeah. I think he still got writing credits on the movie for creating the creature, on the Slenderman movie, which was a big flop. But like, I hope he got some money out of it at least. It's the least he deserves. Get that bag, my friend. Okay, so a bit of basic lighting to match the lighting in the picture, which is kind of strong coming from the left side, as we can see in this guy's shirt. So I'm just lighting up a bit of left side, just working up the contrasts. And I think we're ready to do the upside down face, right? So I was thinking we could use. He looks so uncomfortable. We could do the guy from the original picture from this. There we go. The guy from this image. Kind of has an eerie face to him. Yeah, it's kind of sad when an artist, especially it happens a lot in horror arts, artists like their creatures, and that happens to Trevor a lot, especially with Siren Head and Cartoon Cat is also pretty common, where people will just take their creations and you know, start like appropriating them in a way. And it feels like it must be a bit frustrating, like you're getting your own creation taken away from you in a way. You lose control over it. So it's a bit scary in that way. Do something here. There we go. And you know, when people do that, they'll in a way they'll inevitably corrupt it, because they'll be adding, like, if you go and look, don't do it because it's gonna be hell, but if you look for Siren Head on YouTube, you'll find like a million lore videos and a whole bunch of stories that were not what Trevor ever intended when he created the creature. So it's like, you know, it must be frustrating for the artists when that happens. It's not something that's really happened to me ever, thankfully, but I guess it's a double-edged sword, because in a way it still means that your creation is getting a lot of recognition. So it must be conflicting, I assume. Let's see, now how can we edit this face to make it look creepier? I'm thinking kind of making it simpler, where the contrast gets turned up and we can only basically see the eyes and the mouth, and making the mouth smile. I think that's... Okay, hold on. I'm having trouble seeing the details of the face when it's upside down. So we could go here, soft light or normal. Let's give it this creepy smile that's only smiling with the mouth, while the rest of the face is serious. And it's gonna look a bit shit right now, but once we add the contrast and we kind of like mess up the picture, it'll kind of blend in, or so I hope, at least. The idea is that we only see like little blobs instead of the face. Like, it's far away enough that we can probably do that. The day going. It's great. Thank you. So the more you reduce detail in a face, and the harder the expression is to read, usually the more uncanny it's gonna look, and that's in our benefit here. Plus the upside down Like if we put it upside down, it's even harder to read because our brains are made to read faces, you know, right side up. So when you turn it around, it looks much creepier than seeing it like this, right? So we're gonna keep working like that. Obviously this has too much contrast compared to the rest, but we'll fix that up. We will fix that in posts. I always like giving future me some problems to deal with. Here's an idea. Let's put him like a bit further back, and maybe is coming out of the grass. It's just like standing in the grass, which hopefully gives it a bit more uncanniness, and will also make it a bit harder to read the face. So hopefully it works in those two ways. So we do something like this. Then I guess I'm gonna just make a folder with everything in it. And you appreciate your future self at least a little bit until, instead of torturing him, no, he needs to learn a lesson, that guy. Now we kind of fade him into the grass. It's blurry enough that we can just fade it in like that, I think. Okay, I think we also need to take this edge here and soften it, because we're going to be blurring everything up a little bit. So softer edges will work in our favor. Gonna do the same thing for this. In general, you don't want to overdo it, but everything you do to reduce detail will probably help in that, you know, uncanny, harder to read vibe. And make the mouth a little bit dark. Oh, I still gotta remove the pockets, because he has that little, how do you call that? Like little pocket napkin? Is there a better name for that? Handkerchief? Is that how you call it? That thing. It's not there anymore. We don't have to worry about the word. It doesn't exist anymore. Handkerchief, yes, thank you. I got it. 1 English point for me, please. Imagine being a ghost and finding out you're being turned into a person with an upside down head. You think he's a ghost, or some kind of creature that happens to look like a human. Well, that tries to look like a human, but doesn't quite get it. I don't know. I guess the story is vague enough that it could be anything. That's what makes it fun, right? The less you know about a creature in the horror, usually the better. The mystery is where the horror comes from, right? I love that kind of thing. I love ambiguous and mysterious natures, or the lack of backstories. I just love when a creature isn't explained at all. By the highly questionable powers invested in me as an Anglophone, I hereby bestow 1 English point to Valdevia. Thank you. Gonna get an English point counter on my stream. Just so I can tally those up. Is the head a bit too low? It's kind of hard to know how high you put the head with this guy. I made it a bit bigger, so it's a bit unnaturally big as well, but if it was as high as his regular face, it would be kind of like this, but that, I don't know why that feels too high up, like the face is kind of floating. Why an English points? Because I got an English word correct. And I deserve validation. I deserve my silly imaginary points, okay? Don't judge me. Oh, the counter? I can make a counter easily, if I wanted to. No worries. I got one from the subathon with Dan. Gotta help with dinner. Okay, sorry, I'll see you later. Oh, there's a mosquito. Did I catch it? I got it. Oh my god. I pulverized it. There's a mosquito. He was coming to get my blood. She was coming to get my blood, so completely deserved. Let's remove some more detail out of the face. How do you showcase the buttons you've pressed in older streams? Submitted to our streams. Edits on stream. Okay. Oh, you mean like when you do this? This is a program called, let me get it for you. I got it set to auto open with OBS. It's a program called Karnak. Karnak keys, I think. I wrote it in chat, so you can look it up, and it's a free program that just logs in your keys, and you can choose. So it only logs keystrokes with Control plus something or Alt plus something. So it will only do the shortcuts and not every single key you press. But you can have both things if you want. Yeah, no worries. I think it's working. Right? Oh, I did a group. I wanted to flip. Huh. I don't think there's much more to do with this. Thank you for the save reminder. What do you guys think? Obviously we have to put the noise and stuff on top of everything, which will help blend it in. But just looking at it from a distance, kind of looks right. No, too dark. Definitely too dark. Yeah, we need to put some levels. So okay, let me do the same thing we did before. Put a black and white on top of everything, which will help us select the levels we want. And we need to go to this image and choose the brightest and darkest pixels in the area. So brightest would be this, and darkest would be this, which would be 32 for dark and 250, so pure white for bright. Okay. 32, that's the one we need to worry about. And 255, yeah, that's pure. I thought it was a bit less than that, but that's here. Oh wait, hold on. No, it's 250. Okay, I was right. It was right below that. So 250, not 255. It's not pure white. Good thing I looked twice. So this kind of sets the limits of how bright and dark the pixels can be, and helps us blend it in with the image. Okay, and within that, we can just play with how bright and dark things are. I'm feeling like we could pull the whites in a little bit and the darks in a little bit, so we can basically just increase the contrast. And see if that works. I think it looks correct. We need some kind of shadow on the grass behind him, or to his right. So it would kind of be a soft shadow, because he's just, you know, it's not getting this kind of clean shadow on the ground since it's grass. The shadow is just going to bounce around the grass. So it's going to create this rougher and bigger shadow, but just kind of softer. Yeah, I think the standing in the grass was a good choice, because it just makes it creepier. Like, why would someone be standing on the grass? So it just adds to the strangeness of this one character that will hopefully make you look at it and realize that it's the upside down face guy. I think that shadow should kind of work. I just drawn it in, but it's low detail enough that I think we can get away with that. A bit less contrast, because the face is looking a bit too bright. And let's put everything into a single layer and do our typical edits. So first thing I'm looking for is some noise. That will bring in the level of noise here and here to the same points. And if you make the noise big enough, it also reduces the total level of detail in your image. It kind of acts like a blur of sorts. I'm not going to do that too much, because I don't think we need it to reduce detail that much. Light vignette. You know what I should have done for this stream? I should have flipped my camera, so my face would be upside down for the whole stream, but didn't think of that. How sad. I like how he's standing in a kind of uncomfortable position with his shoulders a bit too high up. It just feels uncomfortable. There you go. It might seem small, but that's a big change, honestly. Okay, Nika. Have a good sleep. Okay, I'm gonna go below this. So it feels like these are bad edges. There we go. So I'm just gonna delete them. Actually, there might be some bad edges as well. there is. Huh. It's a good thing I noticed. There's also, I guess we're missing a bit of a hand here. Here's kind of holding. Okay, we gotta recover some of the hand here because I think I cut it in a bit too much. Maybe because he was holding something. La creatura. Let's see, I think I cut in, or I probably Photoshop as well. I did that automatic selection. Cut off a little bit of the jackets. And one last thing we can try. Maybe with soft light, that would probably work. Is darkening the hands in general a little bit so they feel like they are as dark as the jackets. We just kind of equalize those. We could maybe even... Oh, that wasn't very good. Hold on. There we go. Yeah, make the pants look less fancy and ironed out. So they feel a bit more plain. I think it's always like in kind of plain clothes. So anything we do to accentuate that would probably be good. Does not get to be fancy. He doesn't. He's not a fancy lad. He's just there for the spectacle, you know? Okay, I think that'll work better pants-wise. That's a word now. I've decided. Okay, Indigo. I'll see you later. You go to sleep if you're feeling sleepy. Don't deny yourself that. Hard to be incognito if you're fancy. True. Like, if your whole thing is lurking in the background, you don't want to call attention, especially if your face is literally upside down. See, I like how the face came out like this. It just lacks detail, but you can see the eyes and the mouth. I like that you can barely see that it's upside down, and that's all you kind of get from it. And the slight smile. Maybe I'll accentuate a bit. Let's see how it looks. I don't want it to have like a Joker smile either, so I gotta contain myself slightly. Okay. Let's see if that small change did anything once we add the filters. Well, the noise, every time it generates a slightly different noise, so ignore that. But that very slight smile, I think works a bit better. Oh, it actually works backwards as well. This one looks a bit sadder. This one looks happier. I like the smile version. Yeah, Indigo, go to sleep. Always, if you want to see how this came out, you can always watch it tomorrow. It's not gonna go anywhere. See, I'm the guy here with the bad sleeping schedules. I don't want to encourage that on anyone else. But hey, if you're a nightkin like me, if you only walk the night, join me, because we're gonna revolt at some point against the morning people, and we'll finally set the schedule for the world. Because we started at a disadvantage. Night owls didn't get to make the rules of how the world operates because they were sleeping while the morning people did it. So one night we get together and we just like set the new rules. Okay, now the pants work better, I think. We'll never sleep because sleep is for the weak. We'll never rest till our death. Yeah, exactly. And insomnia 3 nights in a row. I feel ya. I hope you can get some sleep tonight. Okay, so there we go. We didn't change much in this image because we already had the accident. We just added our guy. I really like him. I think he came out well, and here as well. You missed it. We did this. We took this guy falling down, we moved him from existence, and we added our guy. Kind of more of a distorted face in this one, but since it's further away, I prefer the face to be a bit bigger and a bit more exaggerated, because you're only going to see it from afar. In this one you're seeing it from technically much closer, right? So it can be a bit more subtle. Mad Merit, oh. Something. Thank you for the follow. Oh my god, y'all, we are 38 followers away from 3,000. When we get to 3,000, someone is getting sacrificed. I think here's how we can do it. The moment we reach 3,000 during a stream, I will ask for volunteers. Then we'll do a raffle again among those volunteers, and whoever gets it gets banned from the channel, but also gets like a free t-shirt or a free print or something. So we sacrifice someone live on television. It's a silly idea, but I kind of love it. I do want to sacrifice. I want to sacrifice someone. Starting an ADHD med for the first time ever. You should sleep well. Oh, I'm glad. Also, I'm glad you're getting some new treatment. That's great. I'm not unfollow for safety. No. I think we're gonna ask for volunteers, but give something juicy in reward, because no volunteer is gonna ask to be banned from a channel. So you'll be safe. You'll be safe. Yeah, we need to find something that'll kind of equalize it. Madness. Hey, Jonas. Yes, madness indeed. You know, when you reach 3,000 followers on Twitch, I think it's customary to have a power trip of some kind. You just decide to sacrifice someone to the algorithm gods. We need to appease the Twitch algorithm. Like, it's already non-existent as it is. It recommends pretty much nobody, so we need to call its attention somehow. Understandable. See, Jonas is an artist. They know what catering to the algorithm is, and sometimes you gotta make sacrifices. Sometimes you gotta ban a volunteer forever. No, maybe the ban can be temporary. The ban, okay, the ban will be temporary. I won't. It will be overturned. I'm not gonna be that evil. Just for the fun of it. But I think whoever gets sacrificed, they should feel lucky. They should feel lucky to be chosen by the algorithm gods. That's something that nobody else will get. Let's see, but I gotta decide fast because we are 38 followers away from that, so that'll be in a few streams. Okay, I was going to keep changing things, but I think it doesn't need any change. Oh, I haven't signed this. See, I've been forgetting to sign because in this last series I've been doing, I decided not to sign things to kind of speed things up. So these two don't have signatures. We need to take care of that. Also, googly eyes. I'm thinking this one could go here since it already has text on the corner. And anything else is gonna be kind of hard. What are you thinking the reward would be? So maybe a free print of you choosing, or some exclusive Patreon postcards, or a t-shirt or some kind of merch as well. Maybe like whatever those you choose, I can offer the full range of it. What if everyone's seeing the upside down head man, but willingly ignores them? I would. I'd be like, this guy's just standing back and watching. I'm not gonna do anything about this. I don't want to be cursed by this ghost. How about a new Mac Studio? You wish. Okay, so we can remove this 7 here and put the signature. I think that might be one of the most obvious choices, but also like one of the most practical ones. So we can do this. If you guys don't know, I guess there are new folks today, so I always sign my pictures the same way, which is hiding a symbol somewhere. But I try to hide it somewhere like natural within the picture. There's a symbol here. It's a V and an A. So it's like, and you can say it like it's a V, an A, and an L. Kind of gets together to do that. Or you can also say it's a V and an H that get mixed together. So it's like my surname, Valdevia. It works in several levels, but I always try to hide it somewhere like within the picture where it makes sense. It's gonna go and lighten, because that avoids people like noticing it's there, so they won't crop it out, because that happens. And it's also like a fun game for those that are in the know, and they can look for this little symbol in all of my edits. So I'm thinking this would work. I mean, it's kind of stretched out, but it should do. Put in a bear costume. They'll be sacrificed, but cute as hell. That's true. Like, hey, if you're gonna be sacrificed, might as well be dressed for the occasion. There it is. That's an easy signature. Let me remove the googly eyes and save. Upside down phase.jpg. save that and then go here. And I'm thinking this is the most obvious one, right? Let's do this below the filters. That'll look better. So first things first, let's remove the S. I'm thinking maybe we can take some of the T here. Because really with a single line, oh sorry, the T was behind my camera. There's a T. With a single line you can do the signature generally. In this case we actually have two crossing lines, which will also help. Made a mistake removing the googly eyes. The googly eyes are there. I just saved it as a JPEG without them, but they're here. Don't worry. They're not leaving us today. Okay, so we can do... Okay, let's do two versions of this. One is the T and the other one is just simpler stick. That, hold on, let's do something here. Get taller and get both ends in. There we go. So now we have 1, 2, this one here, which we're gonna put on lighten or lighter color, whatever works better. No, darken or darker color. Darken. And then we can use the T's here. Here. Both is darken again. Combine that. Change to some better music. What do you guys tend to prefer as background music? Because I have this huge playlist with a bit of everything. Do you tend to prefer like the chiller, lo-fi music, or the one that goes a bit harder? More lichens. Always. Get him in the mood for a sacrifice. Hey, it's Theo! How are you doing? Theo's Flies Church. Nectal kind of likes to mix. I like the chiller ones. Madrex likes the chiller ones as well. I think we can leave the mix in then. I try to kind of change it depending on the mood. Like maybe if I'm focusing a bit more, I'm trying like to concentrate on something, so I'll be talking a bit less. I'll put some harder music, so you kind of focus in. And if I'm talking more to people, you get that one gets annoying. Like I just kind of can't hear myself over it, so I tend to change it back and forth. I could have two playlists, but that might be too much effort to maintain. Is that a bit too... There we go. That should be better. There we go. And that should be a pretty decent signature. So, what we need to do now is show the S a little bit so we can get the perspective. Because right now it's just kind of plain. And it needs to fit the perspective of this thing. I think that should work. I'm gonna move that a little bit. Okay, there we go, we got a signature. Hey Theo, do you recognize this man? Does that ring a bell? I'm surrounded by people in my personal life that don't take very good care of themselves. I'm just used to bullying people about it. You should. I think you should. It's one of Trevor's creatures. Upside down face man. He is again. Ignore the googly eyes. I think the googly eyes should have been upside down, but that's, you know, it actually, yeah, does make sense. It works both ways. He was in hiding. He's here. That's kind of his vibe, right? He just hides in the background of pictures. So I decided to make them kind of small and hard to see. This one is a bit easier to see, but I guess I was focusing on this, so fair enough that you didn't see him. Hey, big man. So there we are, we have two pictures. Should we post them already? Is it a bit too late to post? I guess it's meant to be for Trevor's birthday, and I gotta post it within Trevor's birthday, so better now than never. I don't think I saved this as a JPEG, so let me do that. I may have done it, but you know, I forget. Okay, let's jump into browser. Go here. And let's open a new tab here and tweets. Okay, let me drag those two pictures in. I think I'll do the second one we just did. I'll do that first, and the other one second, because it's a bit easier to see him here. There we go. He's just standing there menacingly. Okay, let me see Trevor's tweets to see if man with an upside down face. Let's see, man with the upside down face. Yeah, I want to get the name correct because I keep saying it in different ways. Man, I hope there's not too much clicks, but I got my mic right above my keyboard, so it's a bit hard. And the man with the upside down face, seen in a car crash in, let's see, just say Sweden 1958. And is a semicolon used here? I always forget how to use semicolons in English. And and balloon accident. It's just called balloon accident. So this it's supposedly from 1918, according to the picture itself. Any amount of notifications are insane, so this 20 plus would never happen with me. Yeah, when I'm streaming it usually gets to that because I'll check it and all the notifications on the stream itself, like on the stream tweets, will just pile up. Okay, so this is called semicolon would be if the two parts don't relate. Okay, interesting. A balloon accident in Fort Sill. So would it apply here? In Fort Sill, 1918. Where's Fort Sill? Fort Sill, Lawton, Oklahoma. Okay. Oklahoma is okay? Is that the... Hold on. No. Does it say it's somewhere here? I never know how to abbreviate. Okay. Okay is the is the abbreviation. So there we go. Fort Sill, okay. 1918. So two clauses don't relate. Okay, so in this case it would be just a comma. I feel like I'm doing a run-on sentence here. Kind of want to separate that in two sentences. I'm not a professional grammarian. Yeah, me neither. Me neither. I wish I was. I always get confused with these kinds of things. That's why you never see the parts. You never see on stream the parts where I write the tweets, because I just get very confused at language for a good while while I do them, and I start googling like, is this expression like a thing or did I just make it up? I do that a lot. So I just Google it to see if I'm doing the correct expression. I do that a lot. Yes, we were thinking, would the semicolon work here, or... Otherwise I would separate it in a different way. And of course I gotta tag Trevor. Creature by Trevor Henderson, or by... Remove the and? Would that work like that? And the structure, the sentence feels a bit weird, right? Maybe for people that might not know the creature, I can do like a little explanation of what it is. So the man with the upside down face has been sighted in photographs taken at the time of tragedy. At a time of tragedy. Its relation to the incidents is unclear. Pictured And now I'm just gonna do a comment and end. Would that worked? Hold on. Picture. There we go. Man with the upside down face has been sighted in photographs taken at times of tragedy. This relation to the incidents, it's unclear. Picture the car crash in Sweden 1958 and a building accident in Fort Sill, Oklahoma 1918. I think that works, right? I like semicolons enough to battle through confusion. I think I never use them because they always confuse me too much. Googly eyes. Where, JJ? Okay, hold on. I guess we gotta add them to this picture. Although we were already done with it, but we're gonna add googly eyes to the upside down face. So that's what we're doing. Let's see. And of course, we gotta turn them around. It's important. Beautiful. There he goes. Getting back to the tweets. Repeatedly spotted in photos of tragic events. Yeah, I like repeatedly. Repeatedly. I like sighted because it feels more like a ghost. If you use the word sighting in photographs of tragic events. Yeah, I kind of like tragic events. I like your take on it better. It's a bit more specific than at a time of tragedy, which is a bit more like tragic events is like, you know, it feels more like a car crash or something a bit more specific in that way. Use them constantly. I wish I knew how to use them. You gotta give me a crash course on semicolons. How does chat feel about the interrobang? I feel like you can just do this. You can just use both signs. It feels a bit busy as a sign. I just like to use both. How do you feel about this? Huh? Can you guys do this? You can't. It's a Spanish thing. I barely use them in Spanish. Like most people ignore them, but they should be used because in Spanish, in English, you can know if the sentence you're reading is a question because of how it's constructed. But Spanish is so free in its construction that sentence can start the exact same way if it's a question or if it's a statement. So you need to put that first like upside down question mark at the beginning to mark that you're doing a question, so that when someone is reading it out loud, they'll know it's a question before getting to the end of the sentence, if that makes sense, and they'll read it as a question. What a flex. I got a flex. Hey, can you guys do this? Look at that, look at that. Look at that squiggly N. La ñ. Technically, sentence 2 is a fragment. Common in officialese. Yes, I like that kind of like. Picture this and this. Like it's not a full sentence. It just kind of broken like that, but it feels more official. You accidentally use the upside down all the time. Can you do that? I can't, but I like that. I don't know the name of that letter, the X-looking one. Okay, I think that's good enough. Let's post it before it's no longer Trevor's birthday. It's very rare that I'll post a picture so late, but you know, We got it. We got it. It's Trevor's birthday. Let me actually wish Trevor happy birthday. Whoa, you got all the cool letters. I love the A and the E with the squiggly thing. I firmly believe English should bring back thorn, win, and yog. Yes, the TH, the one that's like a little P. I like that one. It should come back. Till his birthday here. Yeah, I couldn't wait for tomorrow, because then it wouldn't be his birthday anymore. Can we get an umlaut up in here? We use that in Spanish. It's a very rare letter, but we will say, for example, put this here, the googly eyes. So in Spanish, as opposed to English, has rules. You can actually predict how something is going to be read just by how it's written. And in general, if you do this, the U won't be read, because like gua, for example, will be read like gua. But if you do with the A and the I, it'll be gue. Instead of being gue, it'll be ge, and here it would be gi. So sometimes you need to say a word like pingüino. But you need to pronounce that oo for penguin, because it needs to sound like an oo. But according to rules of Spanish, you can't. You should pronounce it pingüino. So that's the one moment we do the umlaut in Spanish. Pingüino, or paraguas, which would be a I forgot the name paraguas right now. An umbrella. For some reason I blank on the word umbrella. Umbrella would be paraguas, but sometimes you need to say the thing that holds paraguas which would be paragüero. But you need to keep the U sound. So again, umlaut. That's fun. I like it. It's like a very rare thing to say in Spanish. And a lot of people forget about it because it's so rare. Here, this is now a language stream. I know it already, but I'm debating on changing my surname to Fietka. I don't know how to pronounce that, but I love that. It has a little squiggly E. You should. Does Spanish have homonyms? Is that things that sound the same but are written differently? Is that what that means? It wouldn't, because if you write something one way, you have to read it that way, always. Teach me a word in Spanish. I just did. Okay, what? That's unfair. Sounds the same but different meaning. Two, yeah. There are some that sound very similar. I guess that'll count as a teach me a word in Spanish. So we have I, which means like there is. I, which is like there. And is there another one? Yeah, that's. I think that there might be another one that people mistake for this one, but a lot of people change these two because they sound very similar, but they don't sound the exact same. One is I, and the other is I. So you can also say I. Yeah, that's the third one. I would be like ouch. So all people forget the H. Yeah, a lot of things in Spanish is forgetting the H's because the H's are not pronounced except like when there's a CH which would be ch. But again, it's just something you have to learn. Once you learn the rules, you always know how to pronounce things once you've seen them, which is a cool thing about Spanish. Ay caramba, exactly. We're learning Spanish. Spanish lessons with Upside Down Man. How do I exist? Well, when mom and dad love each other very much. And that's how I came to be. Yay, Trevor liked it. He said beautiful, I love this. Don't try to fool us. I walked out of the void, that's true. Let's see, we'll get... Should we do... let's see, how many comments does this have? Just as we have 8 comments, so 6 without Trevor and I. How much would you bet? I want like you guys to make a prediction of what's going to be in the comments without reading them, because that's cheating, and see if anybody gets them right. I think one of them is going to say call the SCP Foundation or something like that. It's like call SCP. It's always that one. Like, that'll eventually happen in any post that gets popular. And Spanish in school, but decided to learn Latin for 7 years. Wow, 7 years of Latin. I can't remember shit about Latin. Oh no. $140 to change your surname? Damn, that's a lot. Theo, I can pitch in. Let me know. Oh, this happened to my friend. Yes, this happened to my friend Terry or something like that. That's I think that's a very good prediction. You might be right on the money with that one. Let's see what other types of comments can we get. I already made my prediction, so I don't want to do another one. It's stupid that it costs money. Yeah, that's silly. So it should be free. But I assume there's like a lot of things to change and stuff, and that might be why it's like in records and whatever. So just by that, like manpower, but that should be paid by people's taxes. Okay, do we have any other predictions for comments? I want to see if somebody gets one right, and we got 9 comments, so we're getting more. Getting more as we speak. There are some states in the US that's so anti-trans that you're required to print your dead name and your new name in the paper for weeks. Really? Oof. That sucks. In Spain, recently they tried to pass a law that's like the gold standard. Is what every country should have, where you can just go to wherever they do IDs and just legally change your name and gender without any other reason. Like, you can just do it, and with I think it's a very small fee, but like basically like a nominal fee, not a lot. And they blocked it. And it was the left-leaning party that blocked it because it's full of TERFs. I found out it's horrible. Great place to live in. But yeah, I hope some version of that bill will get passed at some point, because right now you need like a medical diagnosis to be able to do that, to legally change your gender. It's stupid. Yeah, boo. Yeah, I was like, I think it was a couple years ago now. And they had some bullshit excuse that was so obviously bullshit. I don't recall what excuse they use, but my bloodline dies with me, so I should just get silly with it. I love that. That's a good that's a good spirit to have. They should just get rid of the gender markers. Absolutely, they're stupid. But at the very least, like, if they want to keep them, let's change it. But let's see. Who said, okay. Who said, severely brown fries said, this happened to my relative. Literally first comment is, dude, I'm pretty sure he appeared at my school. Oh god. Hey, Indigo is here. Evil version of Where's Waldo. That's good, actually. I love that. I didn't get my prediction right, but it might still happen in the future that someone does the SCP comment. US still has politicians screaming about bathrooms. Oh my god, yes. It's just I'm seeing it from the outside, and it's like such a stupid debate that they try to hide, like, oh, we're not actually transphobic, but yada yada yada. And it's so obviously transphobic from any perspective. It's silly. Something nerdy, maybe video game inspired. Hell yeah. Steelworthy, yes. One has her name Steel, and the other Noseworthy. And they changed it to Steelworthy. That's very good. That's a very good surname. Yeah, Noseworthy. That's an interesting surname. Wonder where that comes from. My therapist's last name is Ripayong because he combined it with the ex-wife. I love that. My surname is Valdés-hevia because it was two families that combined their surnames, so now it's just like one extra long surname. My surnames, I was talking to Theo about that. My surnames are a mess because in Spain we have two surnames. You'll inherit your fathers and your mother. Typically, like traditionally, it's been like your father was first and your mother was the second surname, and then you passed on your first one. Nowadays, which I think was the right decision, it's not like lean into any like. Most people still choose the fathers because it's like the tradition, but legally, you have to choose one to be the first one. So you get the choice when you have a kid, and if you don't do a choice, instead of having a default one, they just like throw a coin literally and choose one at random. So you have two surnames in Spanish, and my first surname is a double surname, which makes things very complicated because my first surname is already 2 words, and my second surname is in a foreign language, so. And it's also 2 words. So whenever I say my full name with my 2 surnames, it's I feel like some old nobleman. Noseworthy, Ultimate's English. It did not give you the origin though. friend of mine is called Unge Witter, and his surname is in Germany means thunderstorm. Yo, that's very cool. Eastern European last names are so long. We still have this two surname things. Oh, you also do that. That's cool. But they're at least 15 letters long. So how many names, surnames would that be in total? For me, that is Eduardo, my first name, and then in terms of surnames, Valdés-hevia, and my second one, which I prefer not to say because, I mean, it's not, you can probably find it, but it's also 2 words, so that would be 4 words total, and the first one has a dash in the middle. I mean, the one you can see on my Twitter profile. But yeah, it's silly. I think my first surname, Valdés-hevia, has a coat of arms because it comes from this like small noble family back in the Middle Ages. There were 2 big families that got married together and created this composite surname. You'll keep my secrets, thank you. But let me see if I can find the Valdés-hevia coat of arms. Yeah, it's here. It's on Wikipedia, so it's very stupid. Hold on, I'm just gonna copy it and paste it in Photoshop. It'll be faster. That's technically my coat of arms. It has a cauldron for some reason. Why? You could put literally any badass animal in your coat of arms, and you put a cauldron. Come on, dude. I had a countess in my class at school. Yo, give me some noble titles. Will go well with the coat of arms for my family. Yes, that's witchy shit. That's yeah. I'm back to liking it. But like, you could have chosen a lion or whatever. I guess everybody does a lion. But still, a cauldron is kind of silly. I like it. It's just funnier. I am officially a witch, I guess. A witch or warlock or whatever. I like the word warlock. The void witch. So yeah, I technically have a coat of arms, but I would make a new one. Theo proposed that we should have a coat of arms with a bearded vulture in it. If you guys ever seen a bearded vulture, I hope you have, because it's like the animal, like the creature I've ever seen. I know so many bearded vulture facts because there's fascinating animals. Just like look at them. That is creature design right there. Look at them. Look at these boys. But fun facts about bearded vultures: they are the only bird that is known to dye its feathers for aesthetic purposes. Nobody knows why they dye their feathers, but they just roll around in iron-rich dirt, and sometimes they can look very red, depends on where they found the dirt. There's like several theories as to why they do it. Some say that it actually is like antibacterial, so it might actually help them in their carrion feeding lifestyles. Some say it's just like an aesthetic thing and to display like dominance, like I'm the reddest one of them all. They're fashion birds. Their eyes are red as hell. Like just look at this. Oh, this is the drawing, but just look at this boy. Come on, look at those eyes. Their pH in their stomachs is 1. That's literally hydrochloric acid levels of acid, because it needs to be strong enough to literally dissolve bones. These guys eat like, I think like 90% of what they eat is bones. So they'll just fly around in the mountains, say they live in mountainous areas. They'll find like leftover skeletons that other carrion feeders have eaten. They'll pick up the bones. Sometimes they'll find off other carrion eaters because they're just big as hell. And they will start just eating the bones. Whatever they can eat on the spot, they just swallow it. And whatever they can't swallow, they will pick up, fly very high with it, and then drop it. So it breaks against the rocks. And once it's broken, and like sometimes they'll repeat that until it's broken. And once it's broken, they'll just eat whatever pieces they can swallow of the bone. And they get nutrition out of that, enough to be like huge. Old, look at them. They're great, aren't they? Sorry, I get excited. I get excited about bearded vultures. They're just the most animal, exactly, Theo. Gives me the idea of designing silly flags just for the fun of it. I love doing that. When I ran a D&D game, I like to homebrew my world, and I love to design flags for different things. Warlock ultimately means liar deceiver. I love that. That's for me then. Eduardo Valdevia, heir of the long lost lineage of insect focus witch cauldron makers. They are real life phoenixes. They're so cool, aren't they? They're the most metal birds. Yes, I was going to mention the turtles. Sometimes they attack live animals, and they have been known to pick up small animals while they are alive and do the same thing they do with bones. They'll just pick them up, fly really high, and drop them and kill them like that, and they just eat them. So they're not exclusive carrion feeders, but mostly. They're very cool. We stand bearded vultures here. Oh yes, and there's stories about one dropping a turtle on someone, which is unconfirmed. It's they tend to not be aggressive to humans because they don't see us as pretty. Look at that! Oh my god! Hold on, can I just open the image? Oh, it just downloads it. Okay. Look at that boy. I love this guy. Several eagle species also do that, to the point that bald men are warned to wear hats when they go to lakes lest they get brain. Oh no. If I ever get to play D&D again, I have to be a bearded vulture. Yes, absolutely. They're big birds. Like the wingspan, this is just holding one, really like hugging it. But imagine the wingspan of this. What a good smile, just a derpy face. And I think this, they're really extended, but there are some in my region that went nearly extinct, but some populations have been reintroduced, and they're getting back into. Look at them picking the bones up, and just like eating. So good. They've been reintroduced, and they're coming back to the mountains in our region, and the name for them in Spanish is quebrantahuesos. That's another teach me a word in Spanish if you guys want it. Quebrantahuesos, which means bone crusher. Literally like the most metal name you can give an animal. Bone crusher? You're kidding me? That's so good. Hey Dalco. We're freaking out about bearded vultures right now. Just looking at pictures of them. They're so good. And the faces, it's like good creature design. They have this line going to their faces. It's just very cool. Bone crusher, yeah, right? So good. Yes, make a bearded vulture monster. This feels like, okay, if someone out there, you know, one of those like speculative evolution artists went out and created this fake alien bird that had this very cool pattern on its face and 8 bones and was super big and dangerous and like killed things by picking them up and dropping them, and had an acid stomach that literally as acid as hydrochloric acid, and they dyed their feathers for aesthetics. I think people would be like, that's a bit too much. Like, I know this is speculative evolution, but like, that's a bit unrealistic, isn't it? But no, this is a real animal and it does that. Look at a baby. Oh my god. Oh, that's like a fake face. What? Hold on, so if I'm getting this right, they made a fake face to take care of the babies. So they saw the adult's face. That's so cute. We change the stream name. Let's plan to go back to more art. No, I'll leave the art. It's those two pictures we've done. But yeah, maybe we can change to just chatting. Freaking out about bearded vultures. And change to just chatting to not confuse people. Better construction than the wire mother, right? It's very good. Have you seen peacock spiders? Peacock spiders. Are those jumping spiders? Remind me to save. Save what? Oh my god. Yes, I've seen pictures of these. Do they dance? Jumping spiders are the cutest thing. I got some living at home. I just see them sometimes. I'll mute here because the music might be copyrighted. I just want to see them dance. Give me the dance. Look at them go. I think it's strange how jumping spiders manage to be so cute while being spiders. Like they literally just look like little cartoon guys with huge eyes. Okay, I just want to see the dance. Give me the dance, little spider. Come on. Hey, I think it comes here. Hey! Oh my god, hi! I was noticed. Yes! Oh my god. That's so cute. Look at them go. That is so good. Cute. Like, worth the wait for the dance. Absolutely. Look at them go. Let me show you the dance of my people. Oh my god. Okay. The reaction here. Oh my god. That was like comedic timing. Look at this. He's just doing his little dance. And the mate is like, yep, this is me. You might be wondering how I got here. The comedic timing on these fighters. Top notch. Oh my god. Like an office gag. Absolutely. So good. Apparently, jumping spiders are some of the smartest spiders out there, and they're able to. So their main hunting method is for it's a big group, so they do different things. But their main hunting method is they hunt other spiders, so they will set traps for these spiders by basically like manipulating them. So they will go very slowly to the edge of the web, because these spiders don't really make webs, more for transportation and stuff. But they will go to the edge of a web, and they will start pinching it. They will start going boing, boing, boing on the web in a pattern that will make the spider that's taking care of that web think that it just caught something. So the spider will go out to the place where the vibration is coming from, and that's where the jumping spider set its trap. It just attacks it as it's coming. It just like makes it go out of its hidey hole and attacks. Super smart. Like, these guys are tiny, and they have these super complex strategies and like mating dances. It's ridiculous. It's great. I kept one for a couple months in a mason jar. I wanted to keep him safe until spring. He was a cool little guy. Oh, it's good that you released him. Animated Lucas the spider. Yeah, I think that's the jumping spider, right? I love these guys. I love how their peacock thing kind of extends. Look at the little dance. Did he succeed with his mating strategy? Oh no, I think we're about to see we're about to see spider sex. I give him some privacy. Come on, can you give this guy some privacy? It's rude. Did someone edit them to have lightsabers? It's very cute. Dude, let's see. Okay, Sarah, have a good night. I love the little dances though. Someone really tracked their arms to do this. I love these guys. Not as much as bearded vultures, but they're out there. Like, few animals you'll see doing this, like literally just munching down on a whole bone. I wish I could see one in real life. Maybe I'll catch a glimpse of one someday when I go to the mountains. Because there's supposed to be a small population in the area I live in. So you see that little yellow spot, a yellow spot there. That's I think that means areas where they've been reintroduced. Oh my god, that's in Polish, I think. Yeah. Okay. So the red ones are extinct. The green ones are residents, and the reintroduced ones are the yellows. So, oh, hold on, what's that? Here. So they are here in this tiny little area. That's Picos de Europa, and that's a beautiful natural park. Fairly like in the area I live in. I live in this region here, Asturias. Yes, we'll hike to find them. She meant about the vultures in India and the impact in Zoroastrian tradition. Yes, actually, that's an interesting one to bring up, because I wanted to do a story of Megalomorpha. I'm gonna put myself on camera here. I wanted to do a Megalomorpha story based on the Towers of Silence, which is a very old tradition coming from the Zoroastrian religion, that it was basically like a burying rite where people, instead of being buried underground, they are just left out in the open, in like an open air structure, to serve as feeding for carrion. So they're just like, it's like part of the natural cycle for them. It's like you're giving your body back to nature, and you're feeding like, you know, vultures and crows and other animals feed on them, and they're just continuing the cycle of life. And it's very, very interesting burying rite that is still done in some places, and I think in India, and I want to say Iran nowadays, still done in some small places, but it's kind of being phased out because as population grows, these towers of silence, that they're called, were usually placed like outside of villages and stuff, because you don't want to have like, you know, possibly like disease inducing, like rotting bodies next to where you live. So the problem is now with the huge population growth in some areas, it's, you know, you're starting to have people living right next to this place, and so that's why it's slowly being phased out due to those concerns. As far as I've read, I'm not like an expert on this, but it's a super interesting thing. And I was thinking, how cool would it be to have a fly, a megalomorpha fly, and since it's a carrion feeder, that where a group, not necessarily like Zoroastrian or in India or something like that, but a group that does something like that, like a Tower of Silence, where this whole village, instead of burying their dead, they put them out and leave it out for this huge fly to feed on. And I think that would be a cool different take on Megalomorpha. Could be fun. So it's one I've been turning around in my brain for an eventual part of Megalomorpha. You gotta boop Kawa's snoot in the flesh. You should. She's waiting. The vulture population has plummeted over 90% due to pesticide use. Didn't know that. That's very sad. I love every take on Megalomorpha. Yeah, of course, there's a take of, you know, you want to do this, but you don't want to, like, turn an actual custom that's still practiced nowadays. If it was this phased out thing that nobody did anymore, I wouldn't have as much of a problem as like turning it into horror and saying, like, you know, which has been done. There's a pretty classic creepypasta about a tower of silence, but I think like if it's still a custom that's practiced nowadays, I think that might be like kind of disrespectful to try and turn it into horror and try to turn the custom itself. So you got to find a spin on it where you're not like actually talking about the people that do it. You're talking either about another, like maybe an offshoot Zoroastrian population in a completely different place, or somebody like this group like that kind of converged upon a similar rite of burial, but with the Megalomorpha instead of vultures and stuff. That could also be like you can find like a different spin on it, and I think that would be like the way to go with this kind of thing, because, you know, I don't know. The bodies don't get eaten because there are no vultures, so they sit and rot. That makes sense. Yeah, you don't want to trivialize, exactly. I think that's like, yeah, it's something I always want to be careful about, especially with Megalomorpha, since I'm one of the things of this series is it's all over the world, and it's all over different cultures, and it's all over different times. So, for example, one I really had to take a lot of care about was the one in Tanzania, modern day Tanzania, which at the time of the story was under a British colony. But I had to be careful to not represent like real cultures that still exist out there. So I created this fake group of people and like mix in elements from here and there, so they're not like this one or like the real culture, but with the name changed. They have like things from different cultures of the area. So I actually for that one, I was very lucky because at that time I maybe had like, I don't know, 3,000 or 5,000 followers, somewhere around that. And I just cold asked on Twitter, is there anybody from Tanzania who can help me out, like proofread this and figure out like how culturally like appropriate it is. And I managed to find a teacher who was from Kenya, but like very, very close to the area I was basing the story on. And he was like super nice and helped me out with like figuring out how best to represent it. So that was very nice, because I was kind of nervous to misrepresent other cultures. But same thing for the Tower of Silence thing. I want to do it in a way that where you're not really misrepresenting stuff that people do nowadays. But yeah, so definitely something to think about with each of these stories, especially if you're not setting it in a place you're culturally familiar with. Yeah, it's a very beautiful tradition. And the name Tower of Silence, it's the most badass name. Like, if you tell me, would you want to be buried in a graveyard or in like a Tower of Silence? Like let's go. Yeah, it did work out. I was lucky to find someone that helped me out with it. But yeah, and the next one, for example, it's going to be set in Mexico, and I am thankful to have some Mexican friends who will be able to help me navigate that. So I'm not so nervous about that. And also, I think Mexican culture is a bit closer to mine, so I'm a bit more familiar with it, and I can probably like tell a better story, not misrepresent. That's always a fear of mine. Especially with that kind of thing where you're trying to like jump around different cultures to give the mystery more breadth. Like, it's all over the world, and it's not just like Europe and America all the time, although many of the stories are set there, because I have to fit whatever I find in archives. I gotta adjust to that. Yeah, absolutely. Asti and Oki. I'll be sure to. There's also Marina from the Discord, who's already helped me out with a lot of things. So yeah, I have thankfully plenty of Mexican friends. You guys didn't see it. Let me show you the mosquito image. Which I called El Mosco. So this, we did this over a couple streams, mostly on the big 17-hour stream. We did most of it, and then some I adjusted after the stream, and then I did things like making them look sick, which honestly was... I really like how that specific thing came out, because you literally just add shadows behind the eyes, and suddenly they look pale and sunken and sick. So it's such a simple thing, and it just works. Yes, Ask a Mortician is a great channel. Bug with the human skull. So yes, this is, if you guys are familiar with Megalomorpha, which I hope you are. If you're not, there's a link right there in chat. One of the latest parts of the story, I think the second to last currently, is all about a person getting into a cocoon of a growing, like metamorphosing Megalomorpha and just kind of mixing in with it. And we don't see the results, but this would be the results if the creature inside it was mosquito-like. So this mosquito here has mixed in with what we can assume is a member of this family, and then has convinced them that he's still the member of the family and he can live with them, and he's been feeding on their blood for possibly generations. So they would just call him like Uncle something. So this would be like Tío Alfredo or something like that. What did autocorrect do, Mactel? I wrote his book stuff about alternative options. Predation of US funeral industry. Interesting. Uncle Sucky. About the man with the upside down face, Nickeldoodle just uploaded something. Ooh, let's check it out. Let's see. Where are you, Nick? Nick? Oh, it's did I? Oh, yeah, I always mix in. I always change the A and the L. Oh yes, I did one of those. Ah, that's great. I don't know. Nick doesn't want to tell me how he's doing these like hidden pixels things, but it's great. It works great because the original image gets kind of crunchy, and you kind of want to click on it to zoom in and see what's going on, and then you find all like the hidden thing. I don't know how he does it. I will pester him until it tells me. But it's great. I will annoy him till it happens. They're so good, aren't they? He's been killing it with these. Yeah, some great art lately, guys. Go follow Nick. For some reason I'm on mobile Twitter. Oh, that's why I'm getting what's happening here. Yo, if it isn't Nick himself. Someone told me you had made an art of the upside down face, man. So I was freaking out about how cool your art is and how you don't tell me how you do this hidden pixels thing. Watching. I am the devil. You speak my name. Yeah, that was a perfect appearance. I'll retweet this because I'm a good friend. This is my thing. I'm not going to steal it. I can't even add that into my Photoshop. I can do it into, I don't think, at least. I think you probably need like a black background and just black, white, and gray to do that, right? I assume. So it's not even something I could apply. I'm just literally curious about how you make it. You join Photoshop. You know what I mean. I'm talking about photo manipulation. Like I couldn't take this guy or his googly eyes and make him invisible until you click on it. I don't think that would work on a picture, right? Unless you know a way to do that. You can do it with color too. I just choose not to. You're too evil. Why don't you tell me? Okay, can you tell me something? Can you tell me if you can do this in a picture? Yes, I was literally doing it this stream. I did these two pictures. Yeah, because it's one of my favorite Trevor things, and it's all about old pictures. So I was like, I gotta do this. So I did this one with the car crash, and this one with a balloon crashing down and people running, and they're just he's just standing there. Yeah, I think it's a hidden PNG. I think that's the PNG thing, and using Twitter's like preview and detail view. That's how it works. I know it's something like that. But I assume you can't do that on pictures. Not exactly, so it is the right track. The upside down head man was piloting the Hindenburg, yes. He's always there. He's always chilling there. Just vibing. Right in that I saved my files as PNG. I know it has something to do with it. Someday you will tell me, and I will literally never use it, but I want to know. You can't keep trade secrets from me. So far I have managed to convince you of the silliest things, so I can convince you of this too, given enough time. You can't risk it. I'm not telling you to tell me on this chat if you want to keep it a secret, but you can't keep it a secret from me. Dude, come on. Dude, we're friends, aren't we? I'm not gonna tell anyone. You know what the name Edward means? Edward means the guardian. Right? I'll be the guardian of your secrets. I swear. I finally discovered something that people like. I mean, yeah, because it's great. It's a very fun trick. But don't worry. Like I'm literally never gonna use it. I can't think of an application I would have for it. I'm just curious. I'm gonna spend the rest of the night to figure it out. I don't need sleep. Yes! DM me. Tell me on Discord. Only because you've raided me before. Where are you streaming? Right now. Like before coming in. You should have told me. I was literally just babbling. I could have raided you instead. I'm sure you have some more interesting things to say. No, just chilling. Okay. And I've not only raided you. I've paid for your furry diaper book. So that is my gift to you. My very loaded gift. You paid for my education, exactly. I financed your textbooks, Nick. I really hope there's people with no context to this in chat right now. Yes, Nick, have you ever seen bearded vultures? They are the animals. Hold on, do I have my search for bearded vultures? They're here. You have not. Look at these boys. Look at them. They're the only birds to dye their feathers for aesthetic purposes. So they just roll around in red dirt. Coming full circles. Right? The feathers are so cool. Naturally they would be white. More like this. This would be like an undyed version. But they tend to look like brown, reddish, and sometimes like just pure evil red, if they, I guess, depending on the dirt they find. They're very cool. They eat mainly bones, like 90% of their diet is bones, and they have acid in their stomach that's pH 1, so literally the same pH as hydrochloric acid, so they can dissolve bones in their stomachs. They're badass. They're literally like heavy metal birds. I want to roll around in red dirt, me too. Or just dye myself for aesthetic purposes. Guessing zooming in and out while making the things not very nice on your eyes. Oh, that there might be some like patterns that are weird to look at when you do this kind of thing. Possibly. But Nick won't reveal his secrets. That is private until someone else finds out and they destroy you. And then if someone else, okay, if someone else finds Nick's technique, they have to fight Nick to the death, because only one person can know this. Did you guys know that? That's like the secret technique. And if you beat Nick in a fight to the death, if you loot his inventory, he'll have notes telling you the secret, because, yeah. So you can also do that, that's also an option. I'm kidding, please don't attack Nick. He's cool. And a copy of Crinkle Shorts. It won't be much of a fight because I'm very strong. Yes, be careful. Nick is like jacked. Our ancestors painted their dead and probably themselves whilst living with red ochre. Oh, so the same thing that the vultures use, right? That's very cool. No, Sora! Don't risk it. That one vulture that vomits as a defense mechanism? Is that a thing? I didn't know it. Googly L. Get you Googly L's in chat. Love that little emotes. I'm so happy. So happy with it. Reddit did a great job. Look at it go. We still have... Okay. There's a question. A question I can give you guys. We still have 2 regular emote slots and 2 animated emotes, or 3 animated emote slots. What should we have for them? I want to commission Q for one of them, because Q has made super cool emotes for his channel. Yes, we have 2 regular ones and 3 animated ones. And technically, we could even make more and just shuffle some around into the free modes, because I have some that are kind of like left over in the free mode slots. So we still have space for more cool emotes. Blot out the sky with googly owl. Terry popping up behind a wall. I mean, or behind the moon, like in this picture. If you guys don't know Terry, Terry is the meat planet we made back in November. They are like very cute. Just look at them go. You know, this little wandering planet and goes around the solar system, just hanging out. So this like lurk, this could be the lurk emote. That was actually my first thought with Terry, using Terry as an emote, was as a lurk emote. But yeah, we got the cursed laughing one. Did the float emotes break? Did they? I think I just saw them appear. Tuna sandwich, that is Greg. It's Greg lore. It just didn't like how many I put, fair enough. Oh, maybe it didn't send the chat, because I didn't see any. Yeah, maybe it got caught in a spam filter or something. Yes, exactly, Greg. But yeah, Terry is fantastic. I think maybe we should have some more big bug ones, because we have the Kappa one. But we could have more. We need to repeat. We have 3 Mock ones, 2 Mothman ones, like 3 Mothman ones even, if you count the tier 3, I think. But we could definitely have some bugs for one of them. I don't know, I could also literally just set Q loose and just tell him, like, do an emote, and he'll surely do something absolutely bonkers. Because check out the ones he did for his for his channel. I think it was posted recently. Look at these. They're so good. Oh, you can't even see that one. Yeah, there we go. This one, the tails got trolled one, is fantastic. Great reference. Or we have two slots, so we could have a double emote. Like one, like this one Q did, where one is the lollipop and the other one is a cute little demon. These are very good, yes. I love it for my emotes. I made one. I made the first one myself, which is the Pog Hellkite. I might change it at some point by a commissioned one, but yeah, I just made that one, and then I started for all the others. I commissioned different artists for each one. Actually, I made a new panel. If you go under the stream, if you're on desktop, or I think you can also pull them up on mobile somehow. But below the stream, you'll see the panels. There's a new panel below my stream with every emote and who made it, and you can click on the. Hold on, I can go to my own stream and stop it because I don't need to see myself that. And if you go here, hey chat, look at that. There's a little emotes panel with who made which ones. And you can click on it and it will bring you to a page with a link to everyone's social media. So you guys can follow all of them, and you must follow all of them. It's part of the contract you signed by following this channel, so you gotta follow all of these people. Because I wanna showcase everyone there. And as I add more people, I'll keep expanding this little, and there's Googly element, of course. Yeah, I wanted to revamp this a little bit. I also added House of Horrors, which you guys can't see. There is a little House of Horrors banner, so people can see the collection and see all the previous episodes. And hey, who's this guy? Whoa, that's meta. That's me. Hey, that's me again. That's so cool. Look at that. Look at that cool guy. Hey, that's me again. That's so cool. Look at we can keep going with this forever. This is gonna sound horrible. No, thankfully my desktop sound is low enough. Sad. This is gonna sound horrible. That won't be a problem. My desktop sound is. Why do I do this? I entered the silly hours. I did. See, when we finish the streams, we get to the silly times. I entered the silly hours. I did. See, when we finish the stream. Chaotic sign. Well, that way we can see how much delay there is in the stream. I can kiss myself. Hold up. No, okay, how should I do this? So I should kiss down like this, and then. Let's see. I gotta wait. I got it. Beautiful, beautiful. It kind of works. Too hot. This shouldn't be allowed on Twitch. Beautiful, beautiful. I think that's enough. That's enough of myself. I've seen myself too much. Here's the thing. I've never done this before. There's one thing you can do now called make this a moment. I think you got like a limited number of moments to make in a month or something like that. And I think everyone who's been here. That's enough. That's enough of myself. Everyone who's been here can have a badge next to their names. I think that works like that. So everyone who's been here for this great moment can now celebrate it. Yeah, it works. Moments badge tier 1. That's cool. I should forget. I should remember to do this more often. So you guys got an extra badge. Just see, I should start doing this at the end of streams, because I always, when I finish the arts, a lot of people just start leaving the stream over time. So I should do this at the silly hours so that people will stay to have that badge. See, that's marketing right there. I don't think I can change the moments badge. I think it's still in beta, so I can probably change it when they release it. But that's, for some reason, Twitch always gives me their beta programs, because I guess I'm like a safe streamer for them. So yeah, we got beta things. How do I change this? Like the I don't know, you might be able to change it in your, like, where it says chat identity, and you can see your own badges. I think you can probably put it on there, but maybe with the mod badge it doesn't mesh, or with subscriber badges. It tells you no clip is available. So it's still in beta, so it just might be a little bit broken. It might just be a little bit broken. But we'll give that more tries with the next few streams. Whenever something silly happens. I think Sora, you might be able, if you catch it in time, you might be able from your mod view to create a moment, it's called. The button is called Make It a Moment. And it just like creates a clip and gives a badge to everybody. And you can create a limited number a month. So check out if you can make a moment, Sora, and maybe I can give you the discretion of creating a moment whenever something silly happens. Is that something you can do from your mod view? Hey Nathan, you just missed a very silly moment. Sad for you. How are you doing? Might not work on mobile, that's true. Since it's a beta thing, it might only be on desktop or something like that. You can, but the time, yeah, you can, next time there's something silly that happens, just click the moment button and it kind of creates an automatic clip and gives everybody a badge. Meta, yes, meta smooches. You just put moments and that's it. Okay, good. Then I give you, Sora, I give you full discretion to, whenever something silly happens in stream, make a moment and give everybody a badge. It's like I was there. Yeah, but you didn't get the badge, because that's a new thing. Do you have that on your, I guess you haven't streamed in a minute, but do you have that on your channel where you can create moments and it gives badges to people who were there? Kind of like exclusivity, I was there. You can then make moments on VODs. So you can make them after the fact and give everybody a badge like in retrospect. Everybody who was there at the time. Is that how it works? Because that can work if we like missed the clips or we think about it later. We can't make a ton of them because I think it's only 5 a month. They kind of refill. So now there's 4 left. So yeah, we're learning about Twitch right here. You got the badge? You got it. You're a fraud. You got it. You actually did. Okay, you might have, yeah, if you were lurking at the time it happened, you may have gotten it anyway. You fraud. You have defrauded me of a badge. Misread, hold on. Okay, yeah, no worries. Yeah, it might just be like you have to make them in the moment. It's a beta thing again, so all of this is likely subject to change. I've had this for weeks, I think. I literally just remembered it existed now. Yeah, it's a new thing, Yana. I think only a few channels have it, and for some reason, I think Twitch, every time there's a beta thing, Twitch just directly invites me. They just add me to any beta things they do. I think I might be like a safe channel for them because I've been streaming for a long time and I've never had any issues or reports or anything like that. So they probably like put me in the fast track list for these kinds of things, which is nice. They also very often give me qualities, which they don't give to all the affiliates. Qualities is when you can change there in the corner of your stream, when you can change the quality between like 480p, 720p. Twitch says Val has beta energy. Do you want the FAQ for moments? Yeah, shoot me the link. Thank you. Yeah, if you can create it, I'll just, since I forget about these kinds of things, and I forget about changing the titles of streams and that kind of thing. I probably forget to do this kinds of stuff, so I'll give you discretion to create moments whenever you're here and something cool happens. I have the best followers, I think so. I think, yeah, I think at Twitch put me in some kind of like safe streamer list of some sort. Because they always give me every beta thing. Like, okay, thank you. They give me emotes before anyone else. Like when they gave out emote slots, I think I had them a month or weeks before anyone else got them. Those kinds of things. Like, thank you, Twitch, for some reason. You never recommend my channel to anybody, but at least you give me free stuff before anyone else. Moments. Okay, thank you. Sorry, I give it a read after the stream. Teaching people about my technique to snack qualities. So Sora has a technique to snack qualities that I never remember to do, which apparently, if within the first minute or so of the stream, if you don't have the qualities enabled, you can restart the stream, and it supposedly doesn't notify anybody, but you can still like re-roll your chances to get it, so you can do like several times. I never remember to do that because I literally press start on the stream and like go through the toilets. so I can go right before the stream. So I always forget. You were recommended to me. That's true. Yeah, it's very rare, but I think I get recommended to people who watch a lot of art, probably, because I only stream art. Well, only. I do the podcasts and stuff as well, but very rarely I stream gaming. But I'm mostly an art streamer. It did actually get recommended to me once, but I only started watching when generated. Interesting. So I am somewhere in the Twitch. See, that is why when we get to 3,000 followers, if you missed this, we are 40 followers away from 3,000. When we get there, 1 follower is going to be sacrificed to appease the algorithm. So we will draw volunteers, and 1 person will get banned for a week or for a month or whatever, and they will get some merch or something in exchange. Yeah, how did people find this channel? I always assume people come from Twitter because that's where my following is, but yeah, that's, I think not that many people come from Twitter each stream. Oh, Sora made an announcement. Yeah, you guys stream, check out Sora's announcement. You don't use the twits. Interesting. Because I mainly post to Twitter. I also post to Instagram, but I don't have my website. But yeah, Instagram is kind of sucks to tell stories because the text is just kind of hidden down below and nobody reads it. Am I allowed to message you or something? If so, Twitter or Discord. Any of them will work. Discord, I think only if you're on the server you'll be able to send me. But you're on the server, right? You discovered Val's stream because of his Discord server. True. You were there. Yeah, that was because of some strange ARG we found and tried to solve together. It must be like the most specific origin story, Soraz. But yeah, I always tend to assume people on Twitch come from Twitter, but But that's not necessarily the case. I think there's not that much crossover between the Twitter audience and the Twitch audience. Like people who regularly watch streams are kind of there, like it's own like little bubble of the internet. So I think they've ended up being kind of different groups. I always tend to think that the Twitch audience is like a sub group of like within the Twitter followers. It's like a circle within a circle, but it's probably like way more like a Venn diagram. Found it through Oki, who I found through a Discover page. Interesting. Yeah, Oki's great. I discovered Adstream when he grabbed me by the scruff of my neck and dragged me into chat. Yes, I always do that. Whenever you see Fayan in chat, I've kicked him into it. Do you like isopods? I do. Very lovely creatures. They're huge, like the underwater ones. Very cute fellas. Have you ever seen them eating Doritos? That's one of my favorite pictures. Oh, we're in Spanish. Okay, no, there's not a word in Spanish, but it's a joke that I always like to do. The same as mosquito, being a diminutive form of mosca. So fly is mosca, mosquito is mosquito. The word Dorito, if you say it in Spanish, is like a diminutive of the non-existent word Doro. So the existence of Doritos implies the existence of a superior snack called Doros. We just haven't found it yet. So I hope you like my non-existent word in Spanish. It's just it's not a real word, it's an implied word. So just like mosquitoes implies the existence of el mosco, which I've literally made. This is el mosco. Doritos implies the existence of el Doro. We have to find that superior snack. We should not stop until we found it. Here we go. Little Moscow here in the corner. Found you on Twitter. I think I joined this November Designer Cryptid together. Yes. Oh my god, yes. You're from not this November, the last one. November 2020. Yeah. You're a real OG. And that's Hellkite. Hellkite is also an emote in this channel. There's Hellkite. Doritos, Tostitos, and Fritos are not actually a Spanish origin. Yes, Tostitos would be a diminutive version of tostas, which is toast, or like some kind of crunchy bread. And Fritos is frito is it's like fried, so it's not a diminutive in that case. It's just a version of the verb freír, which is to fry. That Dorito joke was one of the first things I heard when I joined your streams for the first time. Really, I didn't know I said it before. I have a very bad memory, so I assume I've said things a million times, and I could just keep repeating myself. And my stream is just a series of me just repeating myself over and over. I found you via Trevor retweeting the announcement you made of the 12-hour stream. Oh, interesting. Your new blood here. Yeah, that was a very fun stream, the 12-hour one. First thing I ever saw from you was on Twitter when you posted those fractal creatures. Yes, the fractal series. I've been thinking of continuing it, but it's literally as the war broke out in Ukraine, and it's still ongoing. So I still think it's like it might be getting a little bit better in terms of appropriateness, but the next part I want to do of the fractal series is going to like feature like human conflict in a very big way. So the next part I wanted to do was going to be about fractal terrorists that are trying to fractalize people on purpose because they're fractalized themselves, and they really like it's like this sort of holy mission, or like fractalized religion, that kind of stuff. And then the next part would be full-on war between countries, between one where they have been fractalized and the other hasn't, and they're just going all out. So it's like, since it's gonna become this apocalyptic setting, the fractal series, it has to go through that to kind of become this full-on apocalypse. It has to go through like human conflict. So yeah, I was like, this is not appropriate to do right now. I want to do it at some point though. So your basically repeated pattern is your brain fractalized already. It might be, don't look at it. Oh, you haven't seen the fractal series? Yeah, because I haven't posted a new part in a while, but Sora just posted it there. Thank you. Yeah, so I wanted to wait with that one a little bit, so I figured since I'm waiting for the fractal series, I might as well focus on Megalomorpha for a while and get to a point where I feel like I'm done with this series, which might just be like another, like this part and another one, because I don't know if there's a lot of mystery left. See, that this, let me ask you guys something. This here, the big guy, the mosquito, if you've been following Megalomorpha, which if you haven't, check it out after the stream. I really recommend it. It's my baby. Megalomorpha. You can check it out there on my website or on my Twitter. This is the first link in my pinned tweet. So the whole series has kind of been building up to the fact that humans and Megalomorpha, they can kind of combine and create this sort of hybrids. The moment I show this like pretty direct and obvious hybrid of the Megalomorph and the human, is the mystery all gone for you guys? Is that like, did we already get what we wanted to see? Or is there still enough mystery about them that it can carry the series for a little bit, for a while more, or for a while longer? Because if that's the case, we could just keep this image, like just store it, put it in storage for a little while, and have this be the last part of Megalomorpha, and have it be like, you got your full front-facing hybrid human bug, and that's it. Like that's the mystery. We're still gonna leave some mysteries, right? But like main thing is already kind of gone. So I don't know if it feels like that or not. Or it feeds without killing someone. Well, that's a more specific thing to this story. But like in the general Megalomorpha storyline, so not specifically about this bug or this family or whatever, but in the whole like lore of it, I think this whole series is being carried by the big mystery of what are these bugs, what are they able to do, are they able to fuse with humans in some way, and where does that lead? Once we have that, is there still enough mystery in them? Is my concern here. I don't want Big Bug Call to ever end. I agree. I want to keep it going. I still have the part I was talking about before with the fly and the people giving their dead to this carrion eater. It'll never end if you carry it in your heart. Is it a mosquito or crane fly? Mosquito. Common mosquito. Well, it's not the common mosquito, but the bug I used as a base is. Along with whatever parasites you get from it. So, I don't know. Maybe there's enough mystery with questions of why are these bugs doing this? Or how are these bugs doing this? Or just wanted to see more of these bugs doing this. Maybe that can carry the series for a little while longer after this. But I feel like once I show this bug with a skeleton on its face, we are in the end times, right? Like there's not that much, that many more mysteries to solve there. Okay, the mystery is gone. I don't know, I feel like the biggest mysteries of the series were like, how do the bugs and the humans, like, what happens when they mix together? There's like, why do the humans tend to worship these bugs? How are these relations formed? Like, how are they able to get brainwashed? And like, what are the bugs is also a good question that I think I will never solve directly. I will never tell people what the bugs are. So in terms of like solvable questions, this was probably like the biggest one, or like questions that I wanted to solve directly. So I'm kind of, that's why I'm kind of debating myself with this. I'm not super sure what to do with it, or if it's too much, or if I should maybe censor it or hide it in some way to keep some of that mystery. But I still really like the picture, and I think I wouldn't want to like break the photo so only a little bit of it is shown, because I think that would kind of suck. I like the big mosquito. I don't want to hide it, but maybe it is a solution. Maybe hiding it a little bit is the solution. I like bug ribs. Yeah, me too. So I guess my headcanon with this is when the human gets into the cocoon, which is what the bugs compel you to do in part. The bugs kind of brainwash you to get into the cocoon with them, to open it and just like cut it and jump into the bug juice while they're like metamorphosing, so they're like in a kind of liquid form. And so the bug has literally used the bones of the human as like physical support to create this huge form. So that's why the skull is used as a skull, but the eyes are not used. They're just, they just put the antenna through them, and the real eyes of the bugs are this. And the rib cage would be used to hold up the body, because like the exoskeleton at this size is not really like a practical solution for a rigid body. What would a fractal octopus or squid look like? I assume like tentacles coming out of the tentacles, but that happens in real life sometimes. There are a couple. If you look for like octopus with like 50 arms, look for 50 arm octopus, something like that. There are a couple in Japan. You remember the picture I sent you of a family? I was partially destroyed. Partially hide the bug away. See, I was thinking about that, but yeah, I could very easily break it. But I don't know if that would be like kind of a cop out. Kind of like, oh, the picture doesn't happen to break here. It's kind of, I don't know, a bit of a cop out, I feel like. So I don't know exactly where that goes from there, because I do want this story to be about, like, I know what this story is. This story is about a family that for generations has this huge blood-sucking parasite as kind of part of their family. The parasite has convinced them that it's part of the family. And it kind of also, since it's going to be a long story like the last one, I would like it to serve as a sort of metaphor for generational trauma and that kind of thing, where, like, it's there's this specter, this shadow holding over a family for generations, and it just doesn't go away. It's this kind of, I would like to tell that story, right? That's like a story I want to tell, and I want to use this huge terrifying mosquito to do it. But But yeah, I don't know after this where the series goes. I also want to do the one with the fly, about people burying their dead by just giving their bodies to this big fly that uses it to like put eggs in it, that kind of thing. Can this story end with a can of fly spray? You can say the family split up after disagreement because between the members of the family, because the mind control stopped working. Maybe. I think I would like it to end in a more dramatic fashion where like the bug is squashed, or maybe the whole family and the bug gets squashed with them. Something like that. I still don't have the end for the story, but I do have the structure kind of planned out. But after that, my worry is like where does the series go? Like how close are we to ending Megalomorpha? Because it's been going since early 2020. Like this has been going on for very long. We've been how many parts do we have already? Whoa, we got the trippy thing here. Hold on, you can see them all very easily here. Megalomorph, that's 4, 12, 13, 14. That's 14 parts of Megalomorpha. So it's quite a bit. It's definitely my longest running thing by far. The shipwreck fractal. Yes, I've thought about using it, but it's kind of a messy fractal. Like, if you know that it's a fractal, you'll recognize it, but if you just show it to people, they won't know that it's a fractal. It doesn't have that beautiful symmetrical pattern. So I haven't found like a good place to use it so that it feels instinctively it feels like a fractal to people. But it is a very cool one. Did the story end with someone breaking the cycle? I feel like that. Yeah, like someone breaks the cycle, but it does end in a tragic way. The bug at the end, like at the end of the story, for each of these stories of Megalomorpha, there has to be some way that the story didn't get out to the public, that it stayed either private or it just never escaped like the little bubble of the area where it happened, or it just never got attention, never got notoriety. There's gotta be some way where the story has kind of stayed hidden for many years, because that's like the feeling of mystery where you're finding these documents. If it was like public knowledge, it would kind of feel weird. So I don't know exactly how it's gonna end, but yeah, later I do want to do the fly part of the story. But after that, I don't know where the series is going. If it's going anywhere, it might just be the end. It might be the end of Megalomorpha, which is a sad thing to think about because it's my baby. But it might be for the best, right? You gotta end things at some point. Okay, Shaya. You have a good night. Or day. Yeah, it's the day for you. Yeah, the photographer is probably going to be part of the family because you have to justify some way that these people went to a studio and took a photo with a giant mosquito and nobody batted an eye. So I have to figure that out, but yeah, that's not too important details. What about the eggs? Okay, so Megalomorpha eggs and larvae live underwater. As you might have seen from some of the earlier parts of the story, every time you see a larva, it's underwater or frozen in the ice, and every time you see a cocoon, it's either next to the water, so in the coast, or literally fished out of the water. 2 of the cocoons were fished out of the water, the one in the medieval part, and the one here in the fisherman, and this one was buried close to the water. And this one here, the eggs are on the water and they're protected by like the brood mother, but only the adults live outside. So the assumption is that after having enough blood to lay an egg, it would probably go somewhere in the water and just lay the eggs in the water. Makes me want to talk about my story I've been working on for years. Finished illustrating the first chapter, but since the NFT craze, I've pushed back my release. So I don't know how to protect my work. Don't worry about that. NFTs are dying currently. Go ahead and publish it. And you can protect your work by any traditional means. The NFT people aren't exempt of the law. They can get away with it for a little while, but you can kick their asses in court if needed, if that happens. Or you can just have it be taken down before it ever gets sold. So I would not worry about that. Literally, if we start fearing posting our art because it might get stolen, they're literally winning the game. We can't let them win like that. So post your art. Don't be afraid of that. Kill it off for now, return later via the hatching. Yeah, I mean, there are many individuals, many individual megalomorpha taking many different forms. I guess, like, it's not entirely clear if it's a species or separate species, but I guess that, like, the working headcanon is that they can, depending on where they pupate, and the conditions around where they pupate, they can change into a myriad different forms that may look more like mosquitoes, that may look more like moths, or like whatever else. So they just happen to look like real life bugs because I'm using them as models, but they can just change forms as a single individual. So every megalomorph individual looks different, and it would technically, we wouldn't need to have a hatching of this specific one to make a different story later. NFTs can't die fast enough, yeah. Absolutely. And if NFTs could die fast enough, they just wouldn't exist. Absolutely true. Yeah, I think it's been dying a bit. We can check that out if we go to, hold on, give me a sec. It's trends, Google Trends. So I think we can just put that here. We look for NFT. It's in Spain. Let me put whole world. Okay, and this gives us from April 2021. First spike, and second spike peaked in January 2022. The end of January 2022, and since then, steep decline, and right now it's kind of trying to claw its way into relevance, but it seems like the trend is absolutely downwards, which I'm very happy about. We also have, like, Metaverse, I think, was also very similar. Yeah. So this was Facebook's announcement of Meta, I think, and them talking about the Metaverse, and then trying to, like, push this silly idea for months, and it just didn't work, and now it's headed back down to irrelevancy, which is so good to see. We love it when Zuck's plan fails. Always good to see. But we've been going for 4.5 hours. I think we should leave it at that, guys. Let me see if someone cool is streaming, so I can go give them a knock. Let's see. Did I save my Twitch? No, I just. Oh, we should raid Yapiko, who's a fantastic, super talented artist. I don't think I've raided him in the past, so let's go. You guys, give his art a look. He's literally, like, incredibly talented. Designed some amazing characters and, like, very cool fashion. So hit start raid. And you guys, thank you very much. I will be seeing you. Oh, before I go, I might stream tomorrow instead of Wednesday, but I will let you know on the Discord. So keep an eye on that. Guys, see you.